Order. Can we come to quiet, please? We're going to get started. Call to order. We have a quorum. Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Thank you, Weston, and welcome everyone to the September 26, 2023 meeting of the Ojai City Council. Weston, would you please say the pledge for us? Thank you.
Would everybody please stand? Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Weston. And we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. We do have one public comment regarding the approval of the agenda. Council, is that all right if we take that now? Are you okay with that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Jeffrey Starkweather?
Mayor, City Council, fellow citizens, I am going to ask that the item, I don't know the number, on the Youth Council be tabled for several reasons. One, it appears that the mayor has represented the city in developing something, and under the protocols, nobody in the City Council can represent the city without the vote of the City Council. And she's obviously put something together. There should have been a staff report on this. And I think given the 35 to 50, I don't even know what the number is, priorities we have, I think it's totally inappropriate for the mayor to misuse her authority to put things on the agenda. We have so many important things to do. We're setting up a youth council. We never even set up a housing committee. Haven't implemented our Rent Stabilization and Tenant Protection Act. And I know from talking to people out in the community, everyone is confused about that. Now we got a new priority, which we put up with this homelessness. I just think that that's an example of wasting our time at this point until the staff has actually looked into it. We have a youth council that's part of the Connected to Schools that does all kinds of this sort of stuff. I don't know why we're not using that. And the city of Santa Barbara and the city of, I can't see how much time I got, and the city of Simi Valley both have youth councils set up by the city council. They're appointed by the city council. They usually run through the Parks and Recreation, and this is the important thing, they concentrate on youth activities and issues that affect youth, which I think if we're going to do something like that, that should be our focus. So I just don't think this is appropriate to be on the agenda at this time, and I would request that it be tabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starkweather. Would Mr. City Attorney and Mr. City Manager, would this be appropriate time for me to comment about it, or do we just?
No, the item would just be to approve the agenda. You could have a brief comment on sort of why it should be on the agenda, but not a comment on the merits.
Okay.
And of course, it's up to the council to make any motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. And just to
Members of the
clarify,
public can't make a motion.
this is on the agenda because I think it's a really good program, and a lot of cities have youth councils, mayor youth councils, very, very common. Actually, Matt, we talked about Calabasas, which is one of your cities. Many, many cities have this. There are 12 schools, high schools in our valley. It's the biggest employer in our whole valley, and I think it'd be a great program. And it's just to clarify, this is not I don't think it should be a Brown Act group. It'll be self-selected from the schools, and there are 3 volunteers who want to, excuse me, I'm going to ask the audience to be respectful. Thank you. And it's very, very common, so I just think it'd be a really good program, and to encourage youth to get involved in local government. I am not running this. There are 3 volunteers. It's not going to use any staff time or money. I have talked to the, stop. Okay, Parks Rec.
We're beyond brief comment on why it's
Okay.
But I have a question that's pertinent. I was curious if you already sent out the letter to the teachers.
Yeah, I was instructed by the city manager to let the schools know, the 12 schools know that this is a potential. And if you look at the letter, it doesn't say that it's happening. It's saying that
Okay,
I'm
okay.
looking for council approval. Yep.
Okay,
What I said was, I wouldn't want the school districts to read in the paper that the city council just did something that they had never even heard about. That was what I said, was that the school district should at least know this is a discussion topic before suddenly they read in the paper that they're gonna be doing this with the students. I actually told the mayor, arguably, if it has nothing to do with the city staff, arguably, the mayor didn't need to bring this in to talk. I said I thought it would be a good idea to put it on the agenda to get city council feedback on it. And as I said in another communication, there's a couple issues like Brown Act that I thought needed to be addressed, liability issues. So I actually encouraged the mayor to put it on the agenda because I thought it was something that city council members would want to have comment on rather than to pick up the newspaper and find out it had been created. So I think that's why it's on the agenda. And I would think you can talk about all these issues. When the item comes up on the agenda, then you have the freedom to talk about them.
Thank you. All right, a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda but I would like to request that we take item 4, the ATP, before item 3 on the commissions, because we have staff from county here to comment on the ATP.
Second?
I would second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. We do have a short presentation from our Chief of Police, Trina Newman, a little update. Thank you, Trina.
Good evening. Oh, it's okay. That's all right. Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I just wanted to give a quick update. This is something I'm sure everybody has either read about or heard about, so I wanted to address it. We have received a lot of concerns about a group of juveniles that are in the city, causing a lot of problems, essentially just kind of juvenile things, juvenile antics, whether it's on the bike path or throwing items at individuals in the city. And we have been doing what we can to identify these juveniles. We have made some headway. We've made 2 arrests in regards to those that are involved. And we have put out some extra foot patrol or bike patrol during the week when school lets out and during the weekends when we believe the times that the kids may be in the city kind of mingling about. So I wanted to address that, as well as there have been some rumors, I guess you could say, circulating about possible robberies that have been occurring in the city, and I can say that is not the truth. We have had incidents of break-ins or burglaries or thefts, but we have not had any robberies. There's also been information circulating that we have some type of organized crime crew that might be involved in these incidents in the city, and again, that is not true. We have yet to connect any of these incidents in terms of the thefts or burglaries that have occurred, other than the most frequent commonality we can find in these incidents is that the individuals are entering through unlocked doors or unlocked windows. So we just want to encourage our residents to make sure that they are locking their homes at night, their vehicles, and not leaving any valuables in their vehicles or in plain sight. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Chief. And then we have a comment from our Public Works Director, I believe, Lindy Palmer. Yep.
Is Lindy on? Okay, I'll do it. I'll do my best. I'm not as good at this as she is. We wanted to just comment on the confusion that's been caused at the Y intersection with the work that Caltrans is doing, and we really want to make sure that people know this is not part of the ATP project. So anybody who's going to stay here and wait for hours to get a chance to talk under that agenda item. This is really a non-agenda item because it's not the ATP project. This is the Caltrans paving project that's been going on Ojai Avenue. And unfortunately, we didn't know this was coming. And if we had, we'd have wanted to talk about timing and notice and all that. But they have to do some work where the 2 lanes that turn eastbound from Maricopa onto Ojai, where those 2 lanes merged. Up until this point, you've been able to turn on 2 turn lanes and then merge after you make the turn. They need to do work in the right-of-way on the merged lane. So you can see out there right now, they're getting ready to put up K-rails to block off that lane. They have to do curb, gutter, storm drain, other work, plus they're replacing the railing that's in there. They think it may take to the end of December. They're gonna try to get it done sooner. But that's why that's all been blocked off. They have to have a safe place for the workers to work. And so they're getting ready to put that K-rail in. Probably by this time next week it'll be in. That's why that happened. Now, unfortunately, it coincided with the time when middle school kids are starting at the high school, and we have more people dropping kids off than we've had in the past, so that the backup has been obviously noticeable to people, judging by all the phone calls we've gotten. And what they're going to do now is try to evaluate the turn signal to see if they can put more time for the turning movement and what that does to the time it takes away from some other movement. And hopefully they can come up with a better setup. There are alternate routes that some people will take, and you'll find over time that the backup won't be as bad because people will take alternate routes, which then will put people in residential areas where people won't like the extra traffic. None of these things are ever easy, but that's what's going on. It's not ATP, it's part of the paving project, and it's part of improvements that they need to make along that right-of-way. And we'll try to keep people informed of how that's going.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Any commission reports? Okay, we will move on to general public comment. And just a reminder, these are items that are not on the agenda, and because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. We appreciate your viewpoint and participation, and we can agendize them in the future. At the end of the 3 minutes, you'll hear a chime, and please respect each other's time, and in the spirit of equity, please stop talking when the chime sounds. No giving away time to another speaker, and if you're in agreement with a previous person, please say ditto. And there's been a request to say your name and your address, if you're a resident or not, when you come to the podium. Of course, that is your choice. So we'll thank you very much for being here. We'll begin with Larry Steingold, then Jeffrey Starkweather, then Renee Roth.
Larry Steingold, resident. I would like to thank Lindy Palmer and Public Works and Rasmussen and the citizens of Ojai for getting the roads done. Okay, they deserve a really big hand because this problem has been festering for a decade or 2, what have you. So everybody owes them a great gratitude. Affordable housing, which nobody wants to hear, but we need it. All right. So since we're talking about the city of Ojai, why can't you get SB 649 on the agenda? We get elephants on the agenda with 3 phone calls. We got students on the agenda with how many? Do you really care about Ojai residents? If people don't know what SB 649 is, it's that the affordable housing gets local preference. That means they get first. Not third, not fifth, not 10th. They get first. But the property has to qualify, so that's a whole nother question. But at least do it because it says you get to pick Ohioans first. Is it so difficult? Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Renee Roth.
Miners Oaks. I wanted to correct the record of a statement that the mayor made at the last meeting. And this had to do with the valet parking back in March 22nd, 2021, when the mayor put it on the agenda to try to regulate or ban valet parking. And I think council members Francina asked her, why didn't you put it back on? Well, it's because they didn't want to support it. That's not true. What that was, in my opinion, was abuse of the mayor's power, because at the time, the El Roblar Hotel was going before the planning board. In fact, there was a letter sent by Jeremy McBride spelling out all the times they had appeared and the fact that they were about to have their official hearing in 2 weeks. And they had been working with the City Planning Commission about valet parking, and they had a separate lot behind them, and they were not planning to park on the street like the rumors were spread, and they were not planning to cross the street like the rumors were spread with valet parking. And the reason why that was inappropriate, why it got knocked off, is because this was a quasi-judicial hearing. And city council members should not be interfering with a quasi-judicial hearing that's going on. I think the city council could have potentially been in legal trouble if they had done that and interfered with the city council. So that was an appropriate removal of tabling. It was not saying we would never want to hear this again. I would add that this was the meeting, and this is totally tied, I hate to say this, but I have to Tom Francis and Simply Ojai, because this is carried on as of a couple meetings ago when we talked about implementing their initiative to ban valet parking, and the mayor said, let's initiate it. Tom Francis at that meeting got up and said, point of order, which a citizen in the audience doesn't have a right to do that, but they listened to him, and they said, can the mayor read his speech? Her speech, excuse me, sorry. And her speech, by the way, is the same language as the initiative. And has the infamous words, we all want Ojai to hold on to its soul. Finally, she wrote, a part of it, the city of Ojai has discretion to keep parking open and available to all, and should thoroughly consider restricting valet parking to the site only. And that was a false implication that we were taking away public spots, and we were not.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Renee Roth.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Sticks and staff. Thank you, Mark Scott, for speaking up about the why and what's going on there. That is very helpful. I noticed coming to the meeting tonight, there were 10 cars parked behind me trying to get into one lane, and typically there's, 2 or 3 cars in each lane, and they just merge naturally. So it is difficult for people to change and adjust, especially during Nordhoff hours. So it would be helpful if these things start happening in the future that you get notified of these things. I would expect that we would have better communication with Caltrans on these issues. So thank you for that update. I would also like to add a thank you to the Ojai Valley News for publishing the results of the meeting that was held on August 30th. And that was where you facilitated, Mr. Scott, the dotocracy. And those dots are all over there in Kent Hall. But the written discussion of those items, I really appreciate having them, because I think we need to focus. We need to focus. And I think Mark Scott is doing a good job. He's got 2 of those items on the agenda tonight. So I want to thank you. So the first item that got all 5 dots, meaning all city council members wanted it to be addressed, was the City Hall campus property and homeless services needs. So I thank you for putting that on the agenda tonight. The next one that received 4 dots was the fire emergency management process, because we are all concerned about that going into fire season. And then the rest that got 3 dots that were added into this list of 12 was a citywide speed limit, SB 649, which was just mentioned, evaluating a full range of revenue and tax options. These are really, really important things that the city council needs to be addressing. Revenue and tax options are what provide financial stability for our city. This has been kicked down the road for many, many years, and I would really like to see it be a top priority going forward. Also, council protocols was a priority, as well as the capital budget. And I liked how Mr. Scott mentioned it as a robust capital budget project, because that goes in with your tax and revenue financing options.
Thank you,
So
Renee.
I just wanted to start with priorities. Let's keep focused on the priorities. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have a question for Renee. Do you know where in the list commission reevaluation is or was?
Not on the list.
Okay, thank you.
We have vacancies, so we had to put it on.
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
we should clarify.
Do you want
that.
to make a comment, Miss? No. Okay. All right. We will move on to Nora Harold.
Hello, everybody. I really just want to thank you tonight for your service. I love you all, and I mean that. This is not easy, right? That was all yelling at you for the most part. And I want to say one other thing. We've done something pretty historic here in this town. We have a female elected mayor. We have a female police chief. We have a majority female sitting city council. We are in a big time of change in this country, and you are modeling this change, and it's hard. And I appreciate you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Nora. Any comments online, Weston?
No raised hands so far, Mayor, but let's give them one moment. Any attendees on Zoom wishing to have general public comment may raise their hand. And give it a last call, and we'll move on.
Okay. We will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve, but I want to pull item E.
E. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, is there a second to approve?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right.
Okay, we'll move on to E. We do have 2 public comments on E, so we'll go ahead and take those now. First, we have Courtney Fern and then Larry Steingold.
Hi, my name is Courtney Fern, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Non-Human Rights Project. On behalf of the NHRP and our Ojai supporters, I would like to thank the City Council for introducing this groundbreaking ordinance that, for the first time in the United States, establishes a defined, enforceable right for a non-human animal. For humans, as much as for non-human animals, rights are the only way to protect an individual's fundamental interests. Recognizing the right to bodily liberty for elephants is the only way to truly protect them from human-caused harm now and in the long term. While animal welfare laws can help reduce elephant suffering, they do not address the underlying problem, the fundamental loss of their freedom. Elephants are majestic beings. They are autonomous, self-aware, and possess extraordinary emotional intelligence, which allows them to understand the physical competence and emotional state of others. In the wild, elephants have a rich network of social relationships through which they cooperate and build coalitions. They engage in intentional communication, including vocalizations to share knowledge and information with others in a manner similar to humans. Through scientific studies and observations, we have learned not only what elephants need to thrive, but how captivity causes them immense physical and psychological harm. As we gather here right now, there are 19 elephants in California being held captive against their will in small exhibits, unjustly forced to exist for the benefit of their human captors. They are most likely inside barred stalls where they will remain until their handlers release them in the morning. Many of these elephants were taken from their familial herds in Asia and Africa, All of them now live wholly unnatural lives, unable to engage in innate behaviors in order to entertain and satisfy the curiosity of paying patrons. This is a great moral wrong. Aside from the abject cruelty and pointlessness of it all, this is not what California stands for. We are a state that prides itself on protecting wildlife and the environment, not exploiting it. By recognizing the right to bodily liberty for elephants, Ojai is leading the way for other cities in the state and the nation to right this wrong. Through this council's leadership, you are ensuring that elephants will never again be deprived of their liberty in Ojai, as happened in the 1980s when the elephant Tara was held captive in the Ojai Valley. You are sending an important message that elephants are not rightless things to be exploited for profit, but rights holders who deserve to live with dignity and respect. Finally, you are making clear that humanity's capacity for empathy and compassion, as well as the fundamental principles of justice, liberty, and equality, can and should be extended beyond humans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Courtney.
Courtney?
Next, we have Larry Steingold.
Mayor, just a comment. Courtney, I just want to make sure you know that Tara, the elephant that was in Ojai, was taken by her owner to a sanctuary that the owner started. Yeah, just want to make sure that we don't, people are, thank you.
Okay, Larry Steingold.
Thank you very much. Resident, I think it's a wonderful thing, right? We really do need to protect animals and give them animal rights. Our groundbreaking work challenges an archaic, unjust legal status quo that views and treats all non-human animals as legal things with no rights. As with human rights, non-human rights are based on fundamental values and principles of justice, just as liberty, autonomy, equality, and fairness. To change the common law status of great apes, elephants, dolphins, and whales from mere things which lack the capacity to possess any legal right to legal persons who possess such fundamental rights as body liberty and bodily integrity. I have no problem giving animals freedom, okay? But are you people going to draw a line and say, okay, which animals are going to be free and which aren't going to be free? Or are you going to say, this is only for because this is all written from their website, so, which is no problem. It's okay. But where does it stop? Or where does it start, okay? Are they going to go out of business if all of the elephants in the country were taken care of? Whales? No, they're not going to go out of business. They're going to go on to some other animal, which is fine. But let it stop or start here, because is it next week going to, and I'm trying to be facetious here, but is it going to go to dogs? Are dogs going to say, take my leash off and let me go? If they come back, that's great. But where does freedom stop or start? If this is going to start here, add more animals, please. Add the bobcat, add the coyote, add all the animals that are not pets in Ojai. And then we take care of all that, then we don't have to come back here. Now you get two types of animals, those that are free and those that don't. Those that are enslaved and those that are free. So that's what I would do. Please, add more animals or draw a line somewhere, because this will just keep going and we'll be here next year adding great apes.
Thank you, Larry. Any comments online, Weston?
Zoom attendees, you have an opportunity to speak on consent item 1E, elephant rights. No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay. Sousa? You pulled the item?
Oh, yes. Councilmember Rule wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I asked,
Thank you.
I asked Mayor Pro Tem Francina to please pull it for me, as I've never pulled an item, and I wanted to keep the process moving. I just wanted to thank the Non-Human Rights Project. This is the 10th anniversary of the first case that they filed, Freedom for a Non-Human Animal. They incorporated in 1996. They've filed cases for 4 chimpanzees and 9 elephants. And I just would like to give the warmest and most appreciative thanks that I have to Stephen Weiss, who started this organization. He thought it would take 30 years to get a court case. It took 28. And also his co-counsel from the very start, Libby Stein. I've been following them for years, and I know that it's easy to make a joke, but it is huge to have the first defined enforceable right for non-human animals in the country. It will go to the courts, and Ojai has said it's not just individual society, it's a municipal group, It is a municipality who has said we have evolved beyond this. And so I want to thank deeply my colleagues for supporting this and never wavering for 1 second on this, and also staff who has been as well very, very supportive. So thank you very much. And with that, I shall not repeat myself, Sousa, and I will close.
Okay. Any,
Yeah.
Councilmember Whitman?
Yeah. So I've said this before, and I'll just repeat again. I think the topic we're talking about is appropriate for a resolution, not a law for Ojai. And I do not believe that elephants should have been addressed ahead of all of the long list of things that we've been trying to accomplish. And I do agree that if we're going to do something about animals, we should do it with respect to our local wildlife. And those are my only comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we need to approve E? Yes, okay. All in favor of approving E?
Aye.
Aye?
No?
Aye.
Okay, all right, great.
And just to be clear, we're working on wildlife issues and many, many other animal issues as well. So,
Yeah, as we said, this is a start.
Yeah.
This is not an end.
Okay, we will move on to discussion item 2, discussion and possible budget allocation relating to strategies for management of the City Hall campus, including maintenance of habitat and public safety, and policies and public services for the community gardens and the unhoused resident population. Do we have a staff report?
may I just say, for those that came in late, we have changed the order of the agenda, and the ATP will follow this topic. So if you're looking at your list, there's been a change in the agenda.
And that's okay. And just a reminder, council members, if you could bring it through the chair, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney? Mr. City Manager, sorry.
Thank you. I think the title of this item is longer than the report. As was mentioned a little while ago, this particular topic was the only topic in our priorities exercise that received five dots.
What happened? What happened?
Oh.
Thought she
oh,
fell.
oh,
Bless you.
It was a mouse or
Yeah,
something.
not a snake, a sneeze. Let's keep going.
I rarely get that much reaction to my comments. We brought this item forward for the obvious reason that it was top priority. It's a top priority for a number of reasons, and I don't need to belabor that, but this is a city property. The city has obligation to maintain this property. It's a valuable property, not only housing government offices, but housing a community garden that people value, the opportunity for educational programs, outdoor educational programs. There's a natural habitat that needs to be maintained. And we have a growing number of unhoused residents that have taken up residence there. And we know that as encampments of this sort go, as they grow, the problems associated with them also grow. And again, I'm not going to belabor that point, but there are safety issues, there are health issues, public health issues, and we need to do something constructive about that. The Ojai community is a good place, and people care that we treat the people who are living here properly. And so as I presented this to the council, I said that basically, as it relates to the unhoused population, first of all, we need to deal with that immediately for those safety and health reasons. And secondly, we really can't get to dealing with the other issues with the property until we deal with it. And so there's really two different approaches to take on this. The first one, which I absolutely do not endorse, is just an effort to rid the site of the encampments. You can do that if you follow the Supreme Court's or the appellate court's guidance, federal courts, on how a city may relocate homeless people. But it's very difficult to do that, and probably impossible for us to do in any one quick effort. And it's likely to attract lawsuits, frankly. So the second approach would be one that I am recommending, and that's that I'm asking the city council to allocate resources that are as yet undefined, but probably pretty substantial. I suggested $150,000 to $200,000 per year is probably a modest estimate of what the cost is going to be to hire someone or contract with someone or some entity to provide on-site supervision of the site and to create some appropriate rules, respecting the people that live there, respecting the conditions that they're trying to survive in, and doing what we can to make their situation more tolerable than what it may be today. But mostly, we need to keep from having this grow to a greater size, because with the growth of encampments, and I've got a lot of experience with this, with the growth of encampments, you get some real problems. And we have a capacity, we're going to have to enforce that. So that's my recommendation to the city, is that we need to create this long-term strategy. Eventually, we can deal with issues of community garden and some of the other programs we need to do, the habitat maintenance that needs badly to get done. But we really have to deal with the first issue first. Now, at the same time, and I talk about strategies, the short-term, middle, and long-term, we have a great group of people here that are working with us, George and Ruth and Betsy and probably others who I should be aware of their names, who are working on trying to help us get some funding to build some, I'll call it transitional housing. Some of us got last week to see the Dignity Moves small housing units that have been used in some communities now. There are grant opportunities that we can seek. In fact, they're working on it aggressively. The NOFA is not, the Notice of Funding Availability, is not out yet, but is expected shortly. We think that the application may be due as early as the end of October. The kind of funding that we're looking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the grant is called a Encampment Resolution Fund grant. Is that right? It's administered by HCD, and it is a grant that has been obtained by some other cities, Santa Paula being one of the later ones in Ventura County. The trick on this is that we need to identify a location, and we probably need to identify a city-owned location, and that's probably the hard part. Whether we get the grant or not isn't necessarily dependent on that, but it might be. It's a matching grant, but it doesn't specify what the match is. You propose what you're going to do to match. There are some expenses that this community is already bearing that might go toward that. The grant does provide money for the housing itself, and it also provides 2 years of operating money. I can't tell you precisely the numbers that we would qualify for, but that's what we're going for. So that's a middle term kind of effort to try to find some housing for some of the people who are living here in the future, that we may be able to make some affirmative steps toward eliminating the encampment on this property. Won't happen overnight, but it's a step in the right direction. And I'm going to quit talking. I know that you've got people here who want to address this, and maybe we can start with them. And I'll leave the rest of it to the council for discussion. Thank you.
Any questions from council right now?
I have a couple. I'll save most of what I'm going to say for the discussion time. Sorry. I'll save most of what I'm going to say for discussion, but I did attend a session at the League of Cities where they discussed homeless issues, and I guess my questions are, do we have any information about the cost of temporary housing if we go the Dignity Moves route?
Yes.
What?
The units, the little units that they sell, they're about $50,000 a piece. And so for $2 million, you can get about 20 units. You also have to install a community bathroom and bathing facility, but that's roughly what it costs to provide that kind of housing, which is, of course, is way lower than trying to build the cost of building traditional housing.
And I understood, but vaguely, that there's money available for, Dignity Moves seem to be saying that they would find the money and it wouldn't be a big city obligation, but I didn't get any sense of what.
It's like a lot of things. They have a very good track record of helping cities, not just them. And, I didn't mention Jennifer Harkey with Ventura County, terrific manager of their continuum of care program. There are a lot of people out there that will help us try to find funding. I think it's very clear that the city of Ojai can't come up with $2 million to do this. But we're very much encouraged that there are opportunities out there. There is funding in California right now in this arena. There is more money than there's ever been. And what you have to do is you have to compete to show that you're ready to deal with it. Nobody wants to, we'll get this with the ATP later, nobody wants to fund something and then have it sit there for years. They want to know that when they allocate funding, you're going to use it. And so I think that's what we have to do. We have to get ready, and we're trying.
Okay. Any other?
One last question, and that is if we decided tonight, which we're not going to do, but let's just for purposes of calculating, if we decided tonight that we were going to pursue what Dignity Moves is offering, do we have an idea how long it would be before, assuming we had the location selected, how long would it take before we had those units in place?
Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah.
I think you're looking at, what, year or two?
No, I heard at the forum.
I'll tell you what, I'll buy dinner if we get them in 6 months.
Yeah, that's what we
And I will
heard.
gladly do it, but,
Yeah,
pardon me?
yeah,
I rely on my staff here.
yeah.
Okay.
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 Yeah, those are all my questions at this
Okay.
point.
Other
I guess, I don't know.
questions from council?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sure the speakers will address the timeline, but they did, Dignity Moves was present at the Housing Forum that we had, and they did say 6 months. That's my memory,
Okay.
So, yeah, but.
Forgive me for being the bureaucrat that I am.
Yes, but I have a question. Can I ask a question? Because I'm sure they'll clear, the presenters will clear that question up. But my question is, the timeline, we have an immediate need to make the encampment more habitable and safe. That comes first.
That's my short-term proposal,
That's
is that
yeah.
we, as Mr. Whitman said, we can't approve it tonight. You can direct me to bring back on the agenda an item to fund this position that I feel very strongly we need to have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Lang?
I have a question, because I'm also hearing that this is a two-prong approach, that we are going to do something in the immediate, and then also we are looking into dignity moves or a comparable program. Are we also looking at other public properties that we have? Like, I know that there's been some conversation about like the Lower Libby parking lots, or some of the other, like almost as the immediate remedy that we do could pave the way for a space or for a location for dignity moves.
I haven't, I haven't done any of that.
Okay.
But that's the task at hand. If we're going to have a competitive grant application, and I don't know that we have to have this, but we may have to have an identification of a place to put it. And so I think we need to get busy and look at what those options are. And there are a lot of issues to evaluate when you look at a property site, and we need to do that, see if we can't put in the best application we can get by having an identification of a place to put it.
And we're going to discuss
Let's,
that.
let's take turns. Let's make sure to take turns. Other questions from Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, you kind of touched on it. I was curious, do we know what they're looking for in the grant application? I'm assuming that those who have done it will be able to advise us, but
Yeah.
do we know how to make our grant as competitive and as, strong as we
Tell you
possibly
that
can?
These three people and Jennifer Harkey from the county have studied what the other cities that have received the grant have proposed in order to get it.
Great,
So I think we have a pretty well-educated group of people here to.
great, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Whitman?
Yeah, I think this question is for Matt, but if, so if we create a temporary housing location under the Boise case, which the Boise case says that you cannot enforce your no camping rules about a public property if you don't provide a roof over the head of the people you're going to remove.
Right.
So does it have to be, that temporary housing have to be in the city limits? Or if we're assuming, because my understanding has been, going along that we would do a collaborative effort with the county. And the county, I understand, is receptive to the idea that they will participate, and they've got funding sources, and I think, have generally agreed to about a 50% contribution to a solution for the valley. But would we be required under the law to have the location here, or could it be on a county property, like?
So the requirement under the Boise case doesn't analyze that closely. Subsequent district court cases have made it clear that as long as the location to which you're offering housing at the point of seeking to close down an encampment or enforce an ordinance against a person is in the area. So in a place like Ojai, where the limits are small and just outside the limit is closer in some cases than the limit of the city limit the other way from an encampment, it's okay if it's not inside the city limits as long as it's within the area. We couldn't ship folks to Oxnard. That wouldn't quite cut
Right.
it.
No, I don't.
Not that anyone's trying to do that.
I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't
just
want to
to
be
clarify.
like Texas or Florida and start shipping
bus.
people. But so when we think about all locations to do this, we've got a broader scope than just.
Yeah, it's
Ojai.
not just what the city owns. I
Okay.
think part of the points to think about will be likelihood of, in terms of the grant application in particular, they're looking for things that can hit the ground running. Part of that's going to be, is the site owner the city who's on board, or is it someone else? If not the city, are they on board? And if it's in the county, has the county smoothed the necessary approvals?
And then I don't want to have, give Larry Steingold too much, props on his ideas, but I do like the idea that the Honor Farm, is the Honor Farm county owned?
Wait, we're getting too-
Can we, just,
I can't respond. We're not
excuse
in
me,
discussion yet.
excuse me, Mayor Pro
Okay,
Tem,
Yeah.
can we restrict this to questions?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
well,
then
that
we'll
was
wait?
gonna just be my question, is,
That's
do
part
we
of the.
know
dis-
that, do
yeah.
we know whether the Honor Farm is even an option,
It's
is what I
no
was gonna
longer
ask.
an option.
Souza,
Oh,
can we
sorry.
refrain from any
Okay.
conversation? Thank you.
I have one final question, if I
Yes,
could.
go ahead.
And, I keep forgetting to talk about this, but the 48 transitional housing units that are being built in Miramonte, with 24 of them being transitional and the others being, 24 of them being for homeless and the other 24 being for transitional, have we integrated that at all into our thinking and looked at their timeline and seen ways in which we might be able to dovetail and or work with those numbers as well?
No, I'm new.
Okay, well,
Is
I
that
would
the
say,
Mesa
Any of these
project?
things.
no, it's not the Mesa project. It's Cabrillo is building a 48 unit supportive and transitional
Where
housing.
where the gas light is, right?
Okay, so anyway, I just
Let
was
them speak.
wondering if, if indeed, we're talking
think-
about the Ojai Valley, I
I
would
think
suggest,
you're all
yeah.
going way down the road.
We
ahead
do,
of-
would we, Jane Walters from Help of Ojai has the answer, so thank you,
Oh,
Jane.
okay,
if you don't
good.
mind.
Somebody has the answers. Thank you.
Hi, you guys. Jane Walter, co-director of Help of Ojai. I don't have answers exactly to what you guys were talking about, but I think it's important to know as we're talking about opening a shelter, if Dignity Moves were to come in to do this, that they build the structure, you have to have a service provider to staff it. So that number that you're hearing is for structures, right? But then you're also running a full operation.
Yeah.
And so that's gonna change these numbers a bit.
Yeah.
And I think, and I encourage you all, because I feel like we could probably spend hours talking about where this could be and what we need to do in terms of housing. But to Mark's point of which, like, we really need to address what's happening behind City Hall and these numbers that are growing and a situation that's becoming pretty desperate for a lot of people. And I'm so thankful to the group who are doing the research for the shelter, but I hope that, or I can recommend or suggest that we somewhat rein it in terms of the housing piece and the shelter piece, because that's probably a separate agenda / hours of conversation that you guys might need to develop. Regarding the Cabrillo unit, Whitney, my director of homeless services, might know this better than I do, but I don't believe any of the units are transitional, right? I think they have permanent supportive housing that they're factoring into those numbers, but that's likely going to be years, right, until that's developed. So I just really encourage everyone to really focus on what's like urgently happening right now in our community. And if you have questions that I can answer, I absolutely will. But also knowing that I don't want to get you guys really far off topic about what is on the agenda for tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Jane.
And I do want to thank Jane and Whitney for meeting with me today. The service provision portion of this is critically important. The grant does come with some operating costs for 2 years, but I think probably for the operation costs of the facility, I would guess. And so I think we need to fund what we're going to do here ourselves for now.
Let's go ahead and move on to public comment. And we will begin with our unhoused, what do I call you guys? Team, task force. And Ruth, Betsy, do you want to speak? George? And I just want to thank you all for working so hard on this, doing the legwork and the research. But I do have a,
Mayor, I was.
and just 1 second. And so Betsy, you have is this a separate comment? Okay, okay.
A big part of my report, so thank you. I'm Ruth Miller, and I'm a member of the Ojai Homeless Task Force. That's what we're calling ourselves. We're doing research on how to establish a homeless shelter in Ojai. I want to begin with thanking members of the City Council for your ongoing support, suggestions, and encouragement. I especially want to thank our interim City Council Manager, Mark Scott, for his commitment to helping the homeless in Ojai, for his invaluable experience in navigating this complex issue, and for his heartfelt compassion for improving the plight of our homeless neighbors. Thank you. Here's a brief overview of our homeless population. According to the census taken by Ventura County in January, there are approximately 45 people in Ojai, homeless people in Ojai. 26 are 62 or older, that's 56%, and 29 or 65% are disabled. There are 20 living in cars or RV who are mostly elderly. That leaves approximately 25 people who live on the street or in tents. It was suggested we survey the homeless in Ojai to gauge their interest in staying in a homeless shelter. To date, we have surveyed 19 of our homeless neighbors. 17 have confirmed their interest in a shelter where each person has their own room with a door that locks, such as what Dignity Moves provides. Their primary concern is safety. Safety for themselves and for their possessions. The homeless at City Hall have had spears thrown through their tents. Some of them have been assaulted, and many have had their possessions stolen. They are not safe, and they are well aware of it. One man said he lays awake at night, and he worries about the shadows he sees and the sounds he hears. As bad as it is for him, he imagines it must be much worse for the women living here. I was impressed with how polite and grateful most of the homeless were while surveying them. Most of them became homeless while living in Ojai. Articles I've read have said that's not unusual. Most homeless people stay in their own communities, which they consider home. One 70-year-old gentleman told me he has lived in Ojai for 50 years. These are our neighbors. So, how are shelters developed and operated? We studied and visited a number of homeless shelters to see how they are established and operated. Typically, municipalities engage a developer to help design and build the shelter and then engage an operator to manage the shelter and provide supportive services to the residents. Dignity Moves is an example of a growing nonprofit which designs, builds small homeless communities, which includes small individual rooms with locking doors so people have their own safety.
Counselor,
I was told I get 10
yeah,
minutes,
Council, we're
so-
giving more
I
time.
was told that she had 10 minutes.
Of
Oh,
course.
okay.
They've recently, they've recently completed such a shelter in downtown Santa Barbara and are currently developing a shelter in Thousand Oaks. Their communities generally have a common meeting area, bathrooms with showers, and a laundry. Best practice for uplifting the homeless requires an operator for the shelter that both manages the facility and provides supportive services to its residents. Supportive services might start with helping people get a birth certificate and a Social Security card, and then supports them in finding a job, accessing health care, and finding permanent housing. For example, Thousand Oaks chose nonprofit Hope the Mission, the largest operator of homeless shelters in California, to manage its shelter and provide supportive services. Ultimately, requests for proposal, RFP, likely will be required to identify developer and operator for our Ojai shelter. How would a shelter be funded? The County of Ventura has a standing commitment to fund half the cost to build and operate homeless shelters in Ventura County. The other half can be funded by state grants, fundraising by Ventura County Community Foundation and other foundations, individual donations, and any support offered by the city. Importantly, the city would get a significant credit by the county's matching funds offered for building a shelter on city property. In other words, whatever that property is worth, the city will match that value. And for staff time devoted to establishing a shelter, as well as waivers of fees in the development permitting process. So development of the shelter on city property provides significant advantages for getting funding. We reviewed a list of properties. We have a list of properties. I sent them to you, owned by the city, and have identified several potentially viable properties. We've also recently learned about the Encampment Resolution Funding Grant opportunity through Jennifer Harkey with Ventura County Continuum of Care. The grant application period will open soon. Once it opens, the city will have 30 days to complete the application. We anticipate the deadline to submit the application will probably be in early November. Fortunately, the city of Thousand Oaks submitted a similar application earlier this year and were approved for a prior round of funding. Jennifer Harkey has offered to facilitate the application process and believes it's possible to have an application ready quickly because much of the language in the Thousand Oaks application would apply to our Ojai application. While much of the focus this evening will be regarding temporary better accommodations for our homeless camped at City Hall, we would also urge council members to take the first step very soon to establish a homeless shelter, including authorizing city staff to finalize the Encampment Resolution Fund grant application, which will probably have a deadline early in November. And thank you for consideration of this very important topic.
Thank you, Ruth, and
Thank you.
Task Force. Next, we have Betsy Van Light, then Jodine Hamrand, and Jessica McCray.
Betsy Van Light, an Ojai resident, and good to see you all. I'm on that task force, actively working. I'm also on the board of the Ojai Valley Green Coalition, and as you know, we finished our 9-10 month process of getting community input about the 8-acre property and then submitted a final report. So in all the discussions we had with community members, the survey and then different workshops and site tours and meetings, certainly people commented on the tent encampment. And of course, it's grown dramatically in the last couple of months. When we started 9-10 months ago, there were probably only a few tents. And it's interesting, there were some concerns about safety or about fire hazard and about having tents, but overwhelmingly, community members were very caring. They wanted to do what was right for our unhoused community. So that was one of the big themes. But I'm up here tonight because I want to talk about the fact that there are so many other themes. That property is amazing, and it really, people see it as potentially the ecological center of our community, a place where we really can come together and learn about our place, appreciate it, do environmental study, and gather and feel at home. So there were a lot of themes. I'm hoping we'll be able to get that report out more broadly fairly soon. We'd like to share it because we had a lot of people involved. The demonstration gardens were particularly commented on. We have a long history in that demonstration garden and composting area, doing good work, learning together, gardening together, building community together. And I would hate to see all of that just completely sort of set to the side right now. I've been on the property a lot lately, and what I want to propose is that it may be possible to actually begin revitalizing part of the demonstration garden pretty much immediately. And in fact, it might bring energy into the property in a way that's helpful for what we're doing here. We have a lot of people and partner organizations who would like to work in the garden area with us, and there are ideas about how to fund that. So yes, we need to do short-term what's right for our unhoused community, and I don't see it as an either-or. I think we can also find a way to begin to do some work in the garden and bring community members back in, and that's what I would love to see happen.
Ms. Van Light, you can continue
Okay.
if you'd like.
that's really what I wanted to present here tonight, so that we didn't lose all of the input and all of the care that went into thinking about this property. Yeah, thanks.
May I ask-
Thank you, Betsy.
May I ask a question? Betsy, I know you've been trying to get a response from the council and the city manager whether or not we approve posting this online and distributing it, and I did respond, but maybe tonight we can give her an answer. She's been very patient. This is such an incredible, wonderful report. I think it'll just looking at it is energizing and hopeful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan.
Next, we have Jodine Hammeran, then Jessica McCrae, and then William Wyrick.
All right, good evening, City Council members. My name is Jodine Hammeran, and I apologize, Mr. Scott. I apologize to Whitney. I apologize to Betsy. I wrote this before this meeting, and I don't mean to sound callous, and I think I should still read it because it says a lot. Okay, this is outrageous to have homeless people camped on City Hall grounds. Are there any other U.S. cities that allow this? You don't see tents pitched on the government center grounds in Ventura. I highly doubt this Sacramento Capitol has homeless people camped there, and lots of homeless people are in Salt Lake City and Austin. And again, I doubt these cities let homeless people pitch their tents on Capitol grounds. It's my understanding you don't want homeless and mentally unstable people sleeping at the library because tourists would see them. And I assume, and actually heard, it's how you feel about the Libby Park, too. This morning I was playing pickleball with 3 other people, and a woman walked over to the courts, and she asked if one of us could call 911 because there was a confrontation at the tent area. We just told her that the police station's across the street. You can walk over there, and I also told her that if nobody is in the police station, you can use the phone on the wall, the red phone, and call and talk to the police. I kept thinking about her all day today because I thought maybe I should have asked if she was okay. I mean, she could have been raped. And I am concerned about something like this happening over there. She could be raped, and it's just a matter of time that this could and will happen. And any individual with mental health problems could kill someone. It's my understanding that a doctor and his wife were strolling in the gardens and were threatened by a pit bull from the tent area. And I also heard that a resident living in the apartments across the street had a peeping Tom at 10:30 p.m. How can this go on unmonitored before something really bad happens, like rape or murder? I have a couple of suggestions which you might want to consider. It's up to you. So one is Matilaha, since it's not being used anymore for school, let homeless people pitch their tents on the football field. And and there's our restrooms there. And if you don't want tourists seeing them as they drive into town, plant dense bushes or trees, or a rock wall would look great there. Okay, number 2, Soul Park. So now that I just heard that it could be collaborative effort with the county, how about pitching their tents over there? And again, there are restrooms there. Whatever happens, wherever they may go, it must be monitored with cameras. Does the city want blood on their hands if something heinous happens on the city hall grounds? It might be hard to sleep at night, and it just might make national news. Thank you for listening, and we have more than just earthquakes making national news. This could also make national news if something terrible happened on City Hall grounds here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jodine. Next, we have Jessica McCrae, then William Wyrick, then Dee Reed.
Hi, I just wanted to come up and say thank you for the report. This is great. I'm glad you guys got it on the agenda. I agree with you that option 2 is the best, that we need some organization and structure, and having someone manage that is, thank you for doing that. I think everything you have in here is exactly right for the immediate need, and then what I've heard tonight, the midterm and long term, is you guys are doing a great job. Thank you. The one thing that I do want to encourage is, I know we're just having discussion today. from the last meeting to now, it's grown. The castle out there grows daily. Like you said, some of the dangerous things are getting worse. So I just heard that it's going to be another 2 weeks before we can have any direction to do anything. It has to be approved in the next meeting, I think is what I heard. So if we can speed that up in any way possible, please. If we could possibly have a little more police presence for that safety. Just some organization, safety, police presence. It's what we need, and we need it several months ago. But you guys are doing great. I appreciate it, and thank you for making this a priority.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have William Wyrick, then Dee Reed, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
I'm really glad to see the effort that's being made across a broad spectrum for dignified and constructive approaches to the unhoused problem. I am concerned that the conceptual blinders are on a bit. Remember that the county of Ventura County is divided in governance districts called areas of interest. Within those areas of interest are spheres of influence, and then within that is municipality. What is the smallest infinitesimal size city out of the largest area of interest? Ojai Valley. To look at this as a city problem alone, I think is too constraining. It is a valley-wide problem. It's an Ojai area of interest problem. And in particular, I would urge that the Homeless Task Force consider a public workshop where you invite the broad breadth of good-willed, skilled, experienced people to come up with a broad range of ideas, and I'll mention a couple. When looking at available sites in the city, we are also the smallest city as a proportion of its sphere of influence, according to LAFCO, in the entire county. Parcels inside the sphere of influence are basically pre-approved for annexation in terms of services provision. This is a services provision. Why aren't we also, besides just city properties, looking at properties that could be possibly contiguous to existing city limits that would be easily annexed, maybe a better location? We talk about behind City Hall. It bothers me a little bit that one of our least well-managed areas is across the street in what's more affectionately called the boneyard of Public Works, which is basically a trash heap, but it's very flat and has more space that's open for private modular programming areas than an area that goes to immediately steep into a canyon that is identified by California Department of Fish and Wildlife as a sensitive habitat area, and they gave us $800,000 to $900,000 to restore it. So I guess what I'm trying to say in my 35 seconds left is that please let's try to open up our minds and not be constrained, especially to looking at this as just a municipal problem. The leadership is needed from the city to collaborate with county on looking at this as an Ojai area of interest issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Dee Reed, then Jeffrey Starkweather, then Bill Miley.
I just want to say bravo and thank you to everybody involved in this. It's awesome. I do hope you hire somebody who will help oversee and manage the structure and the processes involved in the encampment with dignity, and I know that you will. And I'm just thrilled to hear that the task force is really a task force and talking about transitional housing, because the homeless are homeless because of lack of housing. People who get evicted are just one little slide away from becoming homeless. And so transitional housing is a great thing, not just for the homeless, but for people who need a swing space when they get evicted. So I think there's a lot to do here, a lot of potential. It just gives me great hope, and I just want to say thanks.
Thank you, Dee. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Bill Miley, then Renee Roth.
I want to thank Ruth, who's done so much with the Housing Task Force. I guess at this point I'm a nominal member of. I was active when I was a planning commissioner and head of the Housing task force of the housing, and of course, I sponsored the homelessness workshop that 2 of you attended, and Dignity Moves came there, so I've been a little busy lately. I'll get back more on this issue. I do want to say something about language of how we describe solutions. The word has been used, a homeless shelter, but I think there's a distinction between a shelter and transition housing. Shelters are generally considered temporary housing, particularly where you put everybody together. And transition housing is something that's going to last 2 or 3 years. So, and that part of the Dignity Moves model is that they provide wraparound services, and they provide another unique thing which shelters don't, is they allow people who have substance abuse and drug issues and stuff to sort of continue, I guess you might say, but with an agreement they're going to be treated. So a lot of people who have those kinds of problems, mental problems, won't go into shelters for that reason, because they won't allow that. So it's kind of a different model. Third, I think, as Dee said, homelessness is a housing problem. So we have 3 things we need to work on. One is this immediate shelter issue, if you want to call it that. What are we going to do with people? The second is what I'd call the middle range, transition housing. And the third is we got to start working on bringing in new affordable housing. And by the way, the one in Miramonte is for disabled homeless people. So it's much more restricted than you're thinking about it. I don't know, maybe everybody here would be disabled, but the final thing is, in terms of, and Dignity Moves can move in pretty quickly, as they said, if they have a lot that has water, sewer, and infrastructure. They could get in within 6 months, they told us. But secondly, as for the temporary thing, I think we need to get the whole community involved, because I've seen a model where people put tents on platforms. We got a lot of carpenters in this town. We could get donations and put them on tents and help them construct, make it a community project to construct this temporary shelter. I think it needs to be uniform. I don't think you want every homeless person to bring their own tent. I think those tents ought to be provided so everybody's having the same experience. And anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Bill Miley, then Renee Roth, and then Holly Mitchum.
Good evening. My name is Bill Miley, and I'm a resident. Come on, get here. Planning-wise, we have an immediate now needs. We have midterm needs, 6 to 12 months, and long-term. Obtaining funds for housing is long-term. Starting now, these acres should be managed like state parks. Registration, sites mapped out for tent placement, and certain requirements for participating in the Ojai City campground services for unhoused folks. I just named it. Example is having residency history in the Ojai Valley. It would be managed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Support services and structures like state parks should be present. Homeless care services, continuum of care services, which is in the county, should be part of the registration process homeless people agree to. Providing a contract with help of Ojai should be considered to provide such CATE services. That's what I suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Renee Roth, then Holly Mitchum, and then Sue Williamson.
Good evening, City Council and staff. This is all good here. This is all really good news. I'm really excited about this encampment resolution grant, so I think you should act on that tonight. In terms of the Ojai Valley Green Coalition report, I think it would be really good if we had a robust plan. And I know Mr. Scott is very good at putting together work plans and ideas that could incorporate the recommendations that the Green Coalition came up with. Because I think we've got to build up respect for this place that the Smith-Hobson family donated to our city. At the same time, we're building up respect. We're also addressing how to manage the encampment area. Now, one of the things I wanted to stay, and Trina, you're here, this is good, at the June 13th City Council meeting, on the consent calendar, there was a recommendation that the council adopt a resolution allocating $100,000 in available citizens option for public safety funds for fiscal year 23-24 to address community safety concerns. I believe this is a community safety concerns. I don't know if Mr. Mark Scott knows about this, but I spoke up at the podium and said, James, can't we use this funding to help monitor and establish order in our encampment area? It went bye-bye. Nobody paid any attention to it. I won't go into any more details. But I would really like you to look at that and see that there might be funding within the police department to start doing something now. The other thing I wanted to stress is I think we should draw some inspiration from the city of Malibu. Steve McClary, who used to be the city manager here, is the city manager of the city of Malibu. They have taken very strong action to address their homeless population because they've also got a beautiful city that attracts lots of people. So they have funded an outreach team and a housing navigator to facilitate the transition to more stable housing. They do routine field checks to prevent the formation of new encampments and address public safety concerns. I talked to the man who was the encampment person who teamed up with the police officer person, and they went together and talked to people and said, how'd it go last night? What are we doing today? Do we all know that these are the rules in terms of blah, 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 and where you need to be? So I think we have a lot of options and a lot of people with goodwill who want to come together and do good on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Next, we have Holly Mitchum, and then Sue Williamson, and then William Holden. Is Holly here? Nope. Sue Williamson?
Hello. Sue Williamson. I live in the city of Ojai. It's been a lot of sort of pie in the sky going on here tonight, and I'd like to bring it back down to concrete, right now, what's going on. And as far as I understand, there is one toilet over by the pickleball court, and it's on a trailer, so handicapped people can't even use it. Now, can we at least do one thing of getting some toilets there? I mean, all this is great to go looking into the future and stuff, but, and it was a great report you came up with, and I'm really, really thankful that your interests are to keep people, not try to make everybody leave and create more havoc and pain and suffering. What struck me is that it doesn't seem to be a concerted effort to actually meet with the people that live there and to encourage them. They're not all drug addicts. These are some very intelligent people who have a lot of life experience and who should be, I believe, encouraged to be collaborated with to allow them to create what they want, what their rules will work for them, because it's not gonna work if you don't include them in the process. And I would like to see that. I haven't really seen it yet, that there's an attempt to include the people that live there in this process. The other thing is, I'd like to point out, I hate to disagree with the coalition for, sorry, I'm brain farts. Anyway, the idea being that a garden can be moved easily. There are other lots that could be made into a community garden. When years ago, there was a proposal to put something back there, and everybody said, no, there's a community garden. Well, a community garden can easily be moved and put on another city lot, and in fact, in maybe a more public place to actually encourage more people to be involved in it. Because this property here, you need to keep it centrally located. Wyrick's idea of the area across the street is a great idea, but in terms of moving it out to some place far out there, it's just going to create more hardship. These people don't have cars, they need to be centrally located. So I'd just like to encourage you to consider this property and also to consider including and creating, maybe the task force can make more of an effort. I would be happy to volunteer, get more people to volunteer to work with people there, to come up with their solutions and what they need. And toilets immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Yeah, is it
Mr., did you want?
We have a very nice, I don't know what to call them, the porta potties, only this is a modern porta potty unit that's coming in there. It's a very nice one. And we've ordered hand washing stations, and we'll work on what else we can do to bring in some showers occasionally. But yeah, all of the comments about talking to the people who are there about the setting of rules, that's implicit in the role that we're trying to fill. Somebody who has that. If we walk out there, if I walk out there with my necktie, if Trina walks out there in her uniform, we're not going to get the same reception that somebody who is comfortable and will be comfortable to the people that they're serving. So we're going to get the right person to get in there, person or people, and try to get all that set up. But we're definitely working toward all of those goals.
Great. And do you know the time frame in terms of the?
I'm sure it'll be very soon.
Okay, great. All right, next we have,
I just wanted to, I don't know if this is discussion, make a quick comment that I know that the Green Coalition, at some of the workshops there were members of the encampment who came and participated, and I'm sure that the task force has also reached out. I have no doubt that has gone over their heads as a process to do.
And 16 of the people over there are clients of Hope, of Ojai. And so there are people providing services, case management into that population already.
Thank you, Whitney and Jane. Okay, next we have William Holden, and then Jerry Marinick, I think, and Drew Mashburn.
Hello. I'd like to thank everybody that's working towards rectifying this homeless encampment problem. Kind of got 2 points I'd like to make. One is that this is not the original homeless encampment problem. We had a woman living in Libby Park for most of a year. We've had other people living in their cars in unsightly problem areas, scaring mothers with children and what have you, and myself receiving information that there were people that wanted to thuggery the situation, go beat up the deaf woman in the wheelchair in Libby Bowl to make her move. I found that unacceptable. So I did this. I've invited these people who are sleeping in their cars, these people that are under the bridge, to come back here because I've heard the police are not making us move like they do when you're in an unregistered motor vehicle or sleeping where you're not supposed to be sleeping. I try to ask them if they're Ojai residents, but in my heart, I don't feel like papers, please, is the right way to open with a person. So, once I see them around a little bit, then I'll be like, hey, we got showers over, they look a little dirty. And then you see them sleeping in their car with their dog or whatever, and you're like, you know, we can probably get you a tent, and you wouldn't have to. So this swelling is not just, oh, they're coming down from Santa Barbara. No, these are people that were sleeping next to Westridge and in Libby Bowl and other places, and they're here now, okay? So it's not new. This is your old problem that's come home to show you that it's a real problem. That was point one. It's not a new problem. It's just been moved to where you can see it. My second point was trying to figure out what you could best do to help us. I sleep out here in a tent. William, I'm a resident. Unlock the door at Kent Hall. Put in some staff. Let people use the kitchen, the bathrooms, the air conditioning. It's a temporary solution. It's not the end-all, be-all, but it would ease some of our suffering tomorrow morning when someone turns the key and tells us, rings our bell and says, good news, we didn't bring food, we brought you some convenience. We have a bell we ring when good stuff happens. 22 seconds to finish, huh? Thank you for considering everything you've considered. I was going to put a grocery list together, but you know what? That's wrong. If you want it for yourself, we want it for ourselves. That's your grocery list.
Thank you, William. Next, we have Jerry Marin. Sorry for the mispronunciation, and then Drew Mashburn.
Hi, I'm Jerry Marinock. I'm a non-resident, live on Foothill Road. So I commend the City Council for taking on the difficult issue of the in-house population on the City Hall campus. But as you search for the best solution, I ask you not to ignore the Stewart Creek habitat where the homeless are currently living. Regarding this habitat, the city has already shown its commitment to being a steward by accepting an $840,000 California Department of Fish and Wildlife grant in 2020 for the restoration of the area. And as is stated in the grant, the grantee shall ensure the project site is properly maintained, consistent with the objectives of the project for 25 years after the end of the agreement term. Unfortunately, the city is not being a good steward of this habitat. For example, part of the grant work has not been completed because the crew stopped their participation because of concern for the safety of their staff. By ignoring enforcement of laws, the city is allowing people to urinate and defecate in the restoration area. They're allowing unleashed dogs and unleashed cats, which are killing birds and turning the entire area into a litter box. They're allowing untended open fires and increasing trash. They're allowing people to walk and camp wherever they want, damaging the hillside, creek, and the reintroduced native plants. They're causing Ojai residents to stop using the area because they fear for their safety. All this is a failure of being a steward of this land and a failure of adhering to the almost $1 million grant requirements. My request and proposal to the city: clearly demarcate and enforce a boundary to the encampment so no tent is within the restoration area or within 200 feet of the creek. Since there don't seem to be any city or state regs for this, I propose we follow the National Forest and BLM rules for camping outside of formal campgrounds. Choose your campsite and wash at least 200 feet from rivers, streams, lakes, or wetlands. Number two, realize that the encampment has probably already reached or exceeded its capacity. Number three, ask the police and fire department to enforce the regulations already in place to preserve public safety and public health. Lastly, please start enforcing the rules tomorrow, because as you'll immediately see, if you walk through the area, the damage to the habitat is increasing on an almost daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Next, we have Drew Mashburn.
Good evening. I'm Drew Mashburn. I'll read an email that I sent you yesterday morning. just because I like to get it documented. I read the staff report prepared by interim city manager Mark Scott concerning the management of the Ojai City Hall campus. My impressions of Mr. Scott from watching and listening to him at several city council meetings have all been positive. He seems to be one sharp individual, and he seems well matched for Ojai. I agree with Mr. Scott that the homeless encampment on the City Hall campus needs to be managed. I've seen it increase in size by the number of individuals and geographically. Creating a position of a, for lack of another term, camp manager is a terrific idea. There needs to be such a liaison person between the encampment's occupants and the city council. Consideration should be given to allow the camp manager prompt access to the sheriff's department rather than having it go through the city council before giving permission to do so. I'm quite aware of problems created by many homeless individuals. I experienced many during my long park ranger career. At one time, the county wanted to train all of us park rangers to be crisis intervention managers. We all bucked the idea. That's why there are social workers. But the person selected to be this camp manager should more than likely have such a background. During my park ranger career, I had to remove a high number of homeless camps. Frequently, my fellow park rangers and I would encounter piles of filth, including human waste and evidence of drug use, such as hypodermic needles, drugs, narcotics, smoking devices, etc., when performing this duty. No, we did not wear hazmat suits, but should have been doing so like other law enforcement agencies often do. I've witnessed these problems in the City Hall. I've not witnessed these problems at the City Hall campus, but I'll bet they exist to some extent. I suggest that trained law enforcement personnel be the ones to remove, if necessary, homeless camps rather than the camp manager. The purpose of this email is to encourage you to select city managers, Scott's suggestion of how to manage the City Hall campus. I walked through, that's it. I went ahead and I walked through the camp today, this afternoon. I was dismayed to find one of my friends is now living in the camp. She went ahead and had surgery recently. She's not allowed to work, so she lost everything. She doesn't have any relatives in the area. She's living in the camp. The camp, I've seen it increase, probably tripled in size. I'm out of time. I think that something needs to be done pretty readily. Great idea.
Thank you, Drew. Next, we have Nora Harrell.
So we're talking about beings here, human beings. And I've heard some dehumanizing tonight of that group from our community, not from you all. I think that you all get this, that these are beings, and that every single one of us that has a home is maybe one crisis away from being unhoused. And I just continue to encourage you to treat our most vulnerable population as they truly are, our most vulnerable. And when I hear the fear-based sentiments, that are spouted about our unhoused population, that to me feels like misinformation. So maybe there's a need for some community education around this as well. I was just kind of heartbroken to hear some of that tonight as we're talking about solutions to tend to those who need our help the most. And, as Drew just shared, right? This is a national problem. I mean, Bill Wyrick talked about it as well. He mentioned it as a county problem. It's a national problem. And it's all rolled up in the fact that we don't take care of each other here. It's every man for themselves. And that's killing us. So, yeah, I just wanted to humanize that group. I know some of the people there, and thank you for taking this on.
Thank you, Nora. Any comments online, Weston?
We'll give those Zoom attendees one more chance to raise your hand for item 2.
And we'll move on.
All right, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. You know, and this, of course, in an ideal world, this would be a standalone item because we could easily spend another 8 hours discussing everything. We've heard a lot of great ideas that I know you're taking notes that need to be implemented. It seems that we need to make a decision if we're going to, you know, I said this at the last meeting. I wanted to empower our interim city manager to make whatever decisions he needs to make to address the emergency things we've heard. It's absolutely unacceptable that people are defecating in the creek, you know. And so I don't know. We need to know when the porta potty's coming. It's tomorrow.
You know, I've answered that question 10 times.
Yes, I'm sure.
And I'm not going to answer it again.
Okay.
All right? If you
No,
want me,
I'm
let me,
not
I'm going to say,
chastising you.
no, you are. And I'm,
No,
and I'm going to,
that was not my intention at all. Not at all.
I'm going to tell you,
Sorry.
I'm going to tell the council something.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you don't like it, you know, I'm not the guy for you. I know how to do this if you will just give me the direction to do it. Don't tell me how to do it. I know how to do it. I can go get this done. You've got other things to deal with tonight. We don't need a discussion of telling me how to do it. You
No.
need to tell me, go ahead and do it, and I'll go ahead and do it.
Yes, I want to make a motion.
That's what I need from
I
the
want to make a
council.
motion for you to go ahead and do it. And I never once felt that I
It's the third meeting in a row you've asked me the same question.
no, the purpose is so that the public knows. There were people here that didn't know that the potty party, that was, okay, so whatever. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, Mark. I never intended.
I'm
wanted-
working
I
my
want-
tail off
I
to
know
try to
you
help
are.
you guys.
So can we?
Give me
can
direction.
we
to do
support
it.
the
Let's
motion?
make a
So wait,
motion.
say,
We got a motion.
We have a motion, excuse me, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, great. We have more comments from,
Well, let's get this motion
I've
done.
yeah, go ahead.
Discussion, but, you
Yes,
know,
go ahead.
so.
We're still in discussion. We have a motion on the floor.
So, so where is the funding? If we approve the funding that you've asked for, where is the funding coming from?
It's coming from the reserve fund.
Okay?
It's the only place I've got in the budget. We can draw from unexpended budget lines. I can't tell you tonight where they are. I will look first to draw from unexpended budget lines, and after that, it'll have to come from the reserve fund. We don't have a choice.
Yeah. I support the idea that, that we do have to expend this money, but I want to share what I got from this conference and the session that I attended, because I think that in addition to doing this for the temporary, we need to move forward pretty quickly with the idea of providing some form of temporary housing. So I attended a session that was led by somebody from the federal government, alphabet soup. I didn't catch all of the initials, but then it was also Dignity Moves. It was also a woman from the county of Santa Barbara who has been in charge of their homelessness project, and it was a mayor from King City. And the really big message that they had is that the encampments have to end, and because they are a horrific safety, fire, disease potential, encampment is not a safe way to do things. But in order to end the encampments, you have to have the housing source. So I don't want to do the immediate thing without addressing the idea that we're going to move forward with getting temporary housing. Now, that may sound, well, their message was that if you establish the temporary housing, you know, there are a lot of people, a high percentage of people who want to be out of the encampments, and these temporary housings, you know, with a roof over your head is a much safer environment. They also said that it allows the community services organizations to come in and address individualized needs for different people. They said that the biggest threat, one of their biggest concerns are that, you know, people who fall into homelessness, like the person that Drew Mashburn just mentioned, that the ability to get them out of homelessness is best when it happens, and as time goes on, they become much more of a risk to be that way permanently, to be homeless permanently. And so I think it's really important that we look at moving forward. If it's not Dignity Moves, then we need to find some other way to create, because I didn't hear the people who expressed, you know, fear and concern to be trying to, you know, to be mean people. I think that there is a great concern that the encampments can be a bad situation, and my understanding, you know, even from what Ruth Miller has said, is that a significant portion of that population doesn't want to be in the encampment type of environment, but it's all they have. So that, I encourage us, so I'd add to the motion, if it's acceptable, that we include coming back to us soon with a report on how to move forward with with a temporary shelter solution. I agree 100%. Actually, you know, I talked about the homeless situation extensively with James while he was here. And James' number one concern was that we incorporate the county and we get the county to take a bigger role, that they had more of a staffing resource than we do. And so I would like to see us, you know, one of us or all of us talking with Matt LaVere. Rachel, I hope you'll add what you and I talked about yesterday, which is that Rachel's been talking to other cities who are in our situation, our least populous cities in the county are dealing with the county and getting a similar response, which is they want to heap as much of responsibility on us. The city of Ojai represents about a quarter of our homeless situation in terms of population. So I'll add to the motion just that we address the issue of developing temporary shelter and how to fund that as something that the staff would bring back to us.
May I make a recommendation?
I mean,
Since
we
it's like to the
don't
motion.
have any staff, so what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna suggest to you the things that the city council can do in working with your colleagues in other cities. It's a regional issue, that's a correct assessment. And we need to have the cities talking together. I will tell you that you've got a perfect person at the county right now, and the county is not reluctant to help us. Jennifer Harkey is an excellent head of the Continuum of Care program. And I think there needs to be regular meetings of the elected officials with staff, and we'll find somebody we can assign to this. Maybe we also need to hire some staff. But that's how you're going to get this regional cooperation. That model has been done in counties all over, the state. I think the willingness is definitely there to do that. This whole effort of trying to get the grant is a big part of that. The city could also approve some housing projects. Duh. I mean, that's one of the things that needs to be done in order to deal with the housing shortage. There's a whole series of strategies that the city can and should follow up, and it's absolutely appropriate to include that in the motion and to make that next steps. But I really think we need to figure out how the elected officials from the various cities can work together with the county to make that happen.
Okay, Councilmember Lang?
Actually, so
We're still on the motion.
Is that
Did you-
a friendly amendment?
No,
Would you like to accept
I have a
that?
question of the city attorney. My thinking is that it's better to divide it into two motions. The first motion being to empower to permit or to give permission to the interim city manager, who's highly skilled already. He's had experience managing camps with 300 homeless people, I was told at one point. Is that right?
2 times.
Yeah, twice, okay. That we just make that separate, that he can do whatever he needs, that he considers immediate needs, and then make a second motion out of what Councilmember Whitman stated.
Either are legal, yeah.
Okay, so let's do the first one.
I would second
Okay,
doing it.
I think the motion, though, is to authorize the expenditure to get somebody, to retain, to fill a position, and whatever staff goes with that to manage what's happening on the city hall property.
Okay.
And I assume that person would extend to whatever other city properties the homeless people might end up.
That would be my hope, yes.
Yeah.
So it's Councilmember Lang's turn.
I would accept that if the city attorney feels that that's the best way to, I mean, it seems kind of, there was a lot said. That was a very long motion, or amendment.
Well, I think what he's asked for is funding of between $150,000 and $200,000 so that he can
fine
do
with
what
that.
he wants.
Definitely.
And so we should incorporate that in the motion,
Okay.
that we're approving,
I accept
we're
that.
giving him that
Accept that.
authority.
Great, I accept that.
Okay,
Great.
Councilmember Lang.
I just wanted to add that what I was speaking with Councilmember Whitman about is that I have talked with I was at an event and several other council members of different cities in Ventura were talking about forming not just a task force, but getting together and meeting regularly about this and seeing what we can do, because it is a problem countywide. And I know that there's a lot that's happening at the county level, and the continuum of care, of course, but this is something that I'm working to organize actually right now. So I just wanted to add that, and also just thank you for stepping in and making this a priority item.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rule?
I am sort of in concurrence with Mayor Pro Tem. I think we need here's the motion. You do the immediate tomorrow stuff. You are fully empowered to do that. Then there's a second motion that we talk about, the $150,000. We talk about, to me, that's the second step, is that we start to put order to what's there. But the first step is we deal with the immediate needs tomorrow. And to me, it becomes murky. It's just like, motion 1, Mark Scott, you do what you need to do. We're 100% behind you to make sure that is taken care of, that the immediate needs are taken care of. Second motion is a little bit less clear. which is fine. It doesn't have to be clear, but I'd rather have one clear motion. And then we got this sort of amorphous $150,000 model that we're going to move on. So that would be my preference on how these motions work.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have, right now it's one motion. Do you want to
Well,
keep it together?
The motion would include that Mark Scott would have access to whatever funding he needs.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
obviously.
The motion would, you would be able to use your discretion.
I mean, if you can do it, you can do it.
whatever funding. I mean, I can go either way. Well, let's see if
Well,
we can
and,
work this out.
I would just like to make a comment. I would just like to thank the task force for working on this for several months and doing all the research and talking to so many people and caring so much about our community. I'd like to thank Health of Ojai, Whitney and Jane for being here. And you know, Whitney, I know you know a lot of the people and you've already done a lot of this work. So I thank you for being here, and you've been doing this for decades. So really like to lean into your expertise. Jennifer Harkey, I've spoken to her in the past. She's an incredible resource and so helpful. And I'm grateful to the members of the community who have shown up so compassionately and helping us to take care of everybody, because that's really what it comes down to. These are members of our community. They live here. They grew up here. And I also went to the same workshop that we need to take. Is your doggy okay? I went to the same workshop with Councilmember Whitman, and Mark was there also. It was it was called Homelessness to Housed, How Cities Create and Leverage Strong Partnerships. And that really what it was all about. And back to Ruth and Betsy and George, working with Continuum of Care, working with the county and getting everybody involved. And it was, the moderator was Helene Schneider, who is the Senior Regional Advisor for the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. Great resource. She gave a really interesting presentation with a lot of interesting information, which you can actually watch online. And what struck me at that workshop, the mayor of King City was there, and he showed an aerial of the encampment there, and just being in a room with all these people from small cities in California, you realize it's everywhere. So I'm just so grateful to everyone here that we, as a community, as a city, are focusing on this and doing what we need to show up and take care of people. So thank you all.
If I could.
So yes.
I just wanted to add that while you all were at that workshop, I went to one about mobile crisis intervention and having a crisis intervention plan for the unhoused or for people who are at risk of losing their homes. So I think there's so much that we can do in the future that we can look at and explore to create long-term solutions for those who are at risk of losing their homes.
And I just wanted to add one thing, in terms of, I know that there's been so much work on Stewart Canyon, and so thank you, Jerry, for speaking about the 200-foot, 200 feet setback from the creek. I really appreciate that piece of information, and that would be great to fold that in there. And also figure out how do we limit the growth. I mean, that's a big issue, I think. So what do we do? So we have a motion, and have you decided what you want to do?
Yeah, so let me just, I'll comment on, I retain people all the time in my line of work, and it's kind of standard operating procedure that you say you give them a budget and you tell them not to exceed, except that if you need more money, you come back to me with a report for why. So Mark's asked us for, I think we should give him the $200,000 that he's asked for, and the authority to do what he needs within that budget, including retaining somebody to manage the property here and the homeless situation in Ojai in general. So I don't want to take over your motion, but
that's fine. Please.
Okay.
Fine.
So my motion is that we.
It's our motion. It's our motion.
So I think everybody here is in agreement. That the motion is that Mark that we give the city manager the authority to spend up to $200,000. If he needs more, he comes back to us with a why he needs more. And then he has broad discretion within his position as interim manager to do the things that need to be done, including retaining a position to manage the homeless situation in the campus in particular and the valley in general, or the city in general.
Okay, I accept that amendment.
Okay. So we have a second. Are you seconding?
No,
that?
he's seconding my motion.
I'll second your motion.
Don't get too
Okay.
carried away.
And I also would like to thank Mark Scott. Thank you for your institutional knowledge. You've been working
Yes.
on this issue for
Yeah.
decades, so we are super lucky to have you. And
Yeah, well, and I'm sorry, I get anxious to get going on these.
well, let's have a roll call then, Weston.
Yeah,
Let's
So,
get
but
going.
Are we leaving open like a second motion in terms of at least
Long-term.
providing some direction or organization? Because I really do think it's important that we go to that next step of providing temporary shelters that can, I'm convinced is really important to managing homelessness.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
complete
Okay.
this.
Okay.
Let's reread the motion and take a vote on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Weston.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Francina, second by Councilmember Whitman, to authorize city manager to move forward with strategies and budget allocations of up to $200,000 for the maintenance of the City Hall campus property, which includes involvement with current county staff and task force, and return to council with a report.
Sounds good. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, 5-0. Thank you, Weston.
Any more?
Do you have a comment?
No,
Ms.
but in terms of Mr. Whitman's suggestion, I absolutely will be looking to provide other ideas on other ways that we can expand. I mean, the grant is one that's hot right now, and we need to spend time on that. That's why I'm a little reluctant to be going off and doing other reports, because I've got so many I've already got to get done, let alone Mylar balloons. Okay. And I didn't mean to minimize Mylar balloons. They're very dangerous. But we will absolutely bring back information, and I hope to be working with some people on this project that are going to be knowledgeable in that arena as well. So we will definitely want to give you that update on what other opportunities exist. It's an all-of-the-above strategy.
Yes,
It's no one thing. It's an all-of-the-above strategy.
Great. All right, thank you. We're going to take a short break. Did you want to make a
Yeah, I
comment,
just
Mayor
want to
Pro Tem?
say, if you feel the need for a standalone meeting on one of the other Tuesdays, I'm absolutely willing to do that, because we may need to do that as we go through the process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that too.
Yeah.
The only problem with having meetings every Tuesday is that I
know.
don't have any time to get the staff reports done.
Yeah,
And you have a very, as you can tell from tonight's agenda, you all have a very ambitious list of issues you want to address. So we'll move things as fast as we can move them.
Okay, thank
with
you.
our
All
little
right, well,
staff.
we will take a short break, and we'll be back with item number 4.
okay.
Ready? Okay, we are back. We will begin with item number 4, discussion and possible direction regarding the status of the ATP grant to provide bicycle safety and traffic right-of-way improvements on Maricopa Highway. We have a staff report.
I will do my best here. The
May I make a quick request? It's been requested that people don't know what there was a request that people don't know what the acronyms mean on page 4.1. I just want to make sure we explain to the public what all the acronyms mean.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just want to make sure.
That assumes that I will know myself. So the ATP grant is Active Transportation Program. Project.
Yeah.
It's one of those P words. And this is a grant that the city first got approved in 2015. There have been a number of changes along the way, different iterations on design. A couple years ago, it got broken into a phase 1 and a phase 2. And I'm not going to go through the funding on this, but there's the ATP grant is, I think it's $2.3 million, if I'm not mistaken. That is mostly for construction. There's some design element to it, and then the rest construction. There's other grant sources. One is CMAQ, which is Congestion Management.
Congestion mitigation air quality.
Congestion mitigation air quality. Thank you. I'm going to turn to Matt for these things. And then there's a TDA, and these folks could tell me what TDA stands for. Which we got through your agency, I believe, through the Ventura County Transportation Commission. These gentlemen will speak here before long. They'll do a better job than I will on this. In any event, we've had, and there's a final category that's HSIP.
Federal Highway Safety Improvement Program.
Yeah, it's that. And that's a fairly small amount by comparison to the others. The CMAQ is 1.3 something. So the project has been going through these various phases. The community is well aware of that. This came before the city council in March, and the city council at that time gave staff enough direction that we directed Alta Planning, the engineering company, to proceed to keep working on the designs as they were doing. Those designs, I was told recently, are about 95% completion. We'll go back to Caltrans for final review in about a week or 10 days. We need to get those designs fully completed, and then construction documents, and go out to bid and award the bid by June in order to be able to retain the ATP grant. So we're on a fast track to get from where we are to the day that we could award that bid. The challenge with all of this is that it's been 8 years since this grant first got awarded. It probably will take the greater part, if not all, of the funding that we've got for this project just to do phase 1. We don't know exactly what phase 1 will cost until it goes out to bid, but the last estimate on phase 1 was about $1.6 million, and that was a year ago in May. And by the time it gets bid, it would be 13 months later. That cost would go up. The 1.6 did not include what is usually about a 30% for things like construction management, project inspection, traffic control, those extra costs, extra soft costs that would cause the project to go up in amount. So when you look at all of those factors together, it's conceivable that we would end up using all or most of our funding, construction funding on phase 1. Phase 2 turns the corner through the Y, so to speak, which is not part of this project, and goes down Ojai Avenue. And in Phase 2, there's a number of very worthwhile pedestrian safety improvements that are called out. I think we all would agree that Ojai Avenue is an accident waiting to happen. I think it would be very appropriate to be able to pursue that if we could. There's also an element of that calls for the creation of a bike lane. And there are a lot of people who feel that maybe if there's money to put into something like that, we should enhance the bike path that already exists, the trail bike path that already exists just to the south of that, and that perhaps that might be a scope change that we would like to see done in Phase 2. And we're going to ask the gentleman tonight if it's possible that in Phase 2 we might be able to get some scope change. They're also, I think, and they were very generous in their time with us, and in the letter that they sent to us, there's also some hope that they'll be able to help us find some additional funding to be able to complete this project. So tonight, I put this on. First of all, it's one of the council priorities, so you asked that I put it on. I'd like to get an indication from the council to the extent we can, and I don't necessarily expect it firmly tonight, but we need to get your expectation whether we should continue with all the design work and spending that money to go forward with Phase 1. If we were to pull the plug and not go forward, we would end up having to reimburse, we think, something like $230,000. I thought it was more until they advised me last week that it's maybe not more than the $230,000. We'd also end up with the black eye of having sat on this funding for 8 years and then pulled the plug, and a lot of important funders to us will be aggrieved of the fact that that's happened to them. So there's an issue there, but how do you go forward with something that could cost us millions more over both phases without having some sense that there really is a hope for funding? So I think that's where we are. We're going to ask the council what you think about the project as it stands right now, and what you think about the possibility of getting more funding to be able to go forward with it, as opposed to the alternative, which would be to just cancel the whole project right now and take the consequences for that. It's a difficult decision. This is not a simple decision. It's risky to go forward. On the other hand, it's risky not to go forward. So with that, I'll stop talking, and I hope that maybe we can start by having the two gentlemen from the commission to give some comments.
That would be great.
Maybe your council questions can go to
ask a
both.
question first. Is that okay? Yeah. I think we need some clarification on the point of page 4-3, the next to the bottom paragraph where it says the other option on Phase 2. Can you find that? Underneath proceeding with both phases. I think, and I actually meant to call you up about this, because it's my understanding that there is, all that's planned right now for Ojai Avenue is sharrows. There are no bike lanes on Ojai Avenue.
I don't know.
Is that correct?
I don't know that. I thought that there was actually more than just sharrows. I thought there was only sharrows in the arcade area. I thought the rest of it, there was actually bike lane.
How about if we hear from the
Okay,
experts?
yeah, so an unprotected bike lane, yeah. Okay, you're correct. And then it becomes sharrows.
Right, through the arcade.
And there's sidewalks, there's gonna be sidewalks.
Sidewalk improvements,
Yeah.
gutter improvements, street crossing improvements,
Yeah,
crosswalk
okay.
improvements. I hope maybe there's lighting improvements. This is the darkest downtown I've seen in a long time. So it really looks like some good elements in Phase 2.
Okay, yeah, Thank you.
Could I ask a question? And maybe this is a better question for you two gentlemen. Because I have received, just in the past week, 2 or 3 complaints about the crosswalk in front of the Ojai Coffee Roasters, how dangerous it is, as well as the one right in the middle of Libby Park.
Yeah, the mid-block
those two.
crossing.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I know we have phase 1, phase 2. For me personally, that's the number 1 priority, that specific crosswalk. So I just wanted to put that out there. Come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor Sticks, Mayor Pro Tem Francina, members of the council, Interim City Manager Mark Scott. I'm Martin Erickson. I'm the Executive Director of the Ventura County Transportation Commission. Real quick, we are a special district representing the entire county. Our board is the 5 county supervisors as well as a mayor, council member from each of the 10 cities, and we also have 2 non-elected official public members. Mayor Pro Tem Francina ably represents Ojai on our commission, and we are happy to be here tonight. I'm with my colleague Peter DeHaan, who is the Director of Programming and has been with VCTC for 25 years. Ojai is really the gold standard of bike lanes and bike activity in many ways in the county with your trail. And I'm hopeful that in the memo that I sent to you that we prepared, that it clarifies, I think, the issues before you. And I believe, as Mark Scott noted, I'd say it's most important to proceed with phase 1 and have that get underway. There is some room to look at potential modifications for phase 2. I believe the items you mentioned, Mayor, were in phase 2, some of the crosswalks and some of improvements to that area. This has been a challenging project. It's an exciting project. I'm grateful for the participation of Caltrans and especially the California Transportation Commission, which funds this project. And I think, not to belabor the point, but I certainly would encourage you to continue with this, because losing all the money, while that doesn't mean that this project may never happen at some point in the future, it is a fair amount of money that you would need to find somewhere else. VCTC has also contributed the CMAQ money that was mentioned. That's money that is competitive countywide with other cities too. So we do have certainly a stake in this, but really one of the key things our agency is about is working with our partners, and those partners are all 10 cities and the county, and finding ways to bring projects like this to fruition, getting them funded, and hopefully adding to the, in this case, active transportation program, which is a key priority of Caltrans. And that's kind of an exciting thing, because Caltrans wasn't always as eager to fund bike lanes as Mark Scott probably knows well. So that's a recent change in the way they look at this type of project and funding, and I believe it's a good change. So with that, Peter and I will be here to answer additional questions, and we are at your disposal tonight.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Peter, for being
I have
here.
a question. Following up on Mayor Stick's concern about the crosswalks, we've been hearing about those crosswalks for years, and even though it's phase 2, is there any way to jump and take care of those? Because that's the question, right? Am I articulating?
It is a huge safety issue. I think anyone who's been in Ojai for any amount of time has probably seen something dangerous happening in that specific crosswalk. I know a little girl who was hit. I know somebody was killed in that crosswalk.
People have been killed.
And I think it's a bad situation. So is there any way to just do something about that specific crosswalk at this point?
I believe that you'd have to work with, because it is a Caltrans right-of-way. And so this, as was noted, project has been going for about 7-8 years right now.
Right.
They can only move as fast as the local decisions are made too, which haven't really been happening quickly either. So it's certainly something we can go back and work with Caltrans about, but it's really more at their discretion because it is a state highway. However, I will say that over the period of what Caltrans has done and the bike lanes that exist in Ojai already, I'd certainly say they'd be willing to partners to listen, and if there's a way to modify the scope. Right now I believe it's in phase 2, but it's certainly something we can take a look at.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Lang?
I have a question. So, you know, one of the going back to page 4-3, looking at that option of redesigning phase 2, I mean, if that is on the table for us to consider a redesign, then could we also, you know, include looking at could we also include redesigning the whole project or aspects of the project that are flexible right now to make a way for some of those safety concerns? Because people are also concerned about bike safety on Maricopa Highway. There are a lot of people who are having concerns about this project and the way it is right now, safety concerns.
I'd say, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, it's too late to really redesign phase 1 at this point because there are deadlines approaching and you would be in danger of possibly losing the money. There is some room to look at phase 2.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. Did I read your memo correctly that phase 1, the funding is there? It's when we get into phase 2 that we may have some issues?
The funding for phase 1 is there, yes. The funding for phase 2, that depending again on some issues which we don't have a certainty on yet, could involve more funding.
If I could say that differently and tell me if I'm wrong, I think what they're saying is that all of the money that's available for construction can be used in phase 1. It's conceivable it might end up being more than that, but all the money that's available for construction can be used in phase 1. And then our hope is that, and you know, I'm relatively optimistic that there will be more money, especially if we go forward, only if we go forward. We'd have to figure out how to do that with phase 2, but especially if we can redesign scope, then that's not so risky. Phase 1, we don't know what it's gonna cost when it comes time to bid it, but that's a pretty good chunk of money. The money that's set aside is about 3.6 million, something like that.
Correct.
That's a pretty good chunk of money when the estimate last May, or this most recent May, was 1.6 for the basic project, and then add, say, 30% on top of that, and then add an inflation factor on that. 3.6 is a pretty good chunk of money for phase 1.
That's correct, and I know I mentioned this point in the memo, and we try to make it as clear as possible because this can be a little complicated when you look at it. But you'd also have the ability to take funding from phase 2 if you needed that to make that construction complete, just to add, you know, to clarify that more. And we will be looking, if additional funding is needed for phase 2, we will be looking for that funding, and we have some sources identified. I can't guarantee that right now, but if the past is any guide, VCTC has helped other cities, other projects like this, and we have a good track record of success. Peter, hope I didn't say anything. Please tell me if I misspoke. He's really the expert on this, 25 years of programming projects.
Yeah, the advantage is phase 1, there's a tight deadline. Phase 2, there's no deadline, so there's the luxury of time to work out, you know, what might be needed for funding on phase 2.
Good. Well, that's good news, and it's been recorded too, so thank you.
I'm recorded a lot.
Yes, you are. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Any other questions from council?
Yeah, I have
Yep, go ahead.
So it breaks out, the report breaks out the right-of-way acquisition. Is that cost for in phase 1 and phase 2, or just for phase 1?
It's all in phase 2, and some of it's already been spent. About 250 or 300,000 has already been spent. I think there's something like 16 more parcels that need to be acquired. And there's a sense that some eminent domain would be involved in that. We're not talking about eminent domain where anybody loses their home. We're talking about slivers of property that people have to give up for right-of-way. Maybe it's more than that. But that's over and above the construction funds, right?
Mayor, can I get just to clear, we're still going to have discussion after all this, right? Okay.
Okay, all right,
Just
well,
want to make sure.
thank you very much. We appreciate you being
Okay,
here.
I just want to add, I'm also a cyclist and cyclist and bus rider, so I appreciate the commitment Ojai has made to bikes, bike safety and pedestrian activities. So.
I have a quick question. So this is really broad brushstrokes. Basically, we got a pot of money for phase 1 and for phase 2. We're going to use all of that pot of money for phase 1, basically. And so phase 2, we're going to go out and get the money. Is that broad strokes kind of?
Well, there's still some money in that phase 2 pot. It's not clear if it's enough for what the eventual decision will be on what you'd like to do.
So we're not using all of the money for phase 1. We have some money left over in phase 2 for phase 2.
Is the chart in my report, is that all the money?
Peter, I believe all the money that is currently allocated between the grant itself, the CMAX, the LTF.
It's 4-point-some million total.
Yeah, that's.
I believe that's the
Yeah.
correct amount.
So we don't know that we have to use all of it on phase 1.
Okay.
I don't know
Okay.
how much of it.
I just didn't want to describe a completely empty pot.
Right,
when there's
right,
some.
right.
And the right-of-way money is phase 2, it's not phase 1.
Yeah, the right-of-way money, I understand.
Except we're spending some of it already.
Yeah, well, but for right-of-ways.
You're going to stay, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because when we have discussion.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Appreciate that. All right, well, let's move on to public comment. Thank you very much. First, we have William Wyrick, then Dee Reed, then Renee Roth.
I'm sure I'm going to run out of time. I'm probably the person, other than Councilperson Francina, that has the longest perspective on this. You have the longest perspective.
I know, since 1994.
Look, council's in a difficult position in terms of I continue to be a supporter of this project, but I want to make two important points in my mind. Number one, when the grant was applied for and the budget was written for that grant, there, in my mind, at least, and stand to be corrected, there was no anticipation of the degree of eminent domain issues with the project. And that's related to the cost increases, because the delay to address the eminent domain thing has moved us into a high construction inflationary time period. So they're related. Why is all this eminent domain issue? Number one, of course, requirement by Caltrans. It's a Caltrans regulation that wasn't fully anticipated or part of the city council decision-making when design changes and agreements were made. In other words, when the final design was approved, Councilperson Francina, correct me if I'm wrong, we were not actually fully briefed as to the gravity and consequence of the eminent domain issue. In fact, at one point, we were told it wasn't a problem. So there is a difficulty here in terms of the decision-making, and now you have an unknown cost issue. I just think that a little more aggressive work with VCTC is in order, because it's a complicated decision environment that wasn't really the fault necessarily of the council and involved issues that were not fully anticipated in the original grant award. Number one. Number two, I still think we ought to try to find a way to finish this. Because remember, and maybe adjust the scope of the project in a way that maybe minimizes or reduces some of the eminent domain issue in particular. There may be some degrees of freedom there. And we should look at that, and I would hope VCTC would accept that. But remember why we're doing this. This 33 is a orphan freeway access road. Remember that. It was built in order to try to buy a city manager, at the time, who was a east-west freeway advocate, 1971, Mr. Blaylock. And I'll read exactly why it was built. And by the way, it was built after, can you give me 60 more seconds?
Yeah.
It was built after the hospital was built. It was built after the shopping center was built. It was not built to handle traffic. It was built to facilitate an east-west freeway project. That's why it was built. And I want to read Ojai City Administrator Jack Blaylock, who, by the way, after this all happened, there was a referendum and he was resoundingly rejected, if you recall, and he was kind of run out of town. Ojai City Administrator, an advocate of the improvements, meaning the 33, revealed that the road will eventually be an access road off the freeway. That's the freeway that was going to come up the river and then cut through Miners Oaks and take out Libby Bowl along the railroad right-of-way. That's what that was.
And the Meadows Preserve.
And the Meadows Preserve. And that the county is constructing the access for advanced planning and economic reasons. He said the State Highway Department will be obligated to pay for the expensive freeway interchange. In other words, the city wouldn't have to pay for it if we built it first. The State Highway Department will be obligated to pay for the expensive freeway interchange if the access road has already been constructed. That's why the 33 was put in there. That's why the 4-lane was put in there. I think it's a golden opportunity if we can find a way to handle this thing, and I think a little more active role with Caltrans and VCT is going to be required, especially because this eminent domain issue was really a regulatory constraint imposed by Caltrans that wasn't fully anticipated in the decision-making processes of City Council up to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next we have Dee Reed, then Renee Roth, and then Bill Miley.
I'm Dee Reed, and I live in Miners Oaks, which is affected by just about everything you do, including the Maricopa Highway ATP project. I have followed this since I moved here in 2018, and I was very excited about it. And then now I feel like a lot of people are sort of hanging their head in shame that we tried to do this, and that we're in this position where it's gotten too expensive, and we're running out of time, and la, 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 la. But I agree that this is not the moment to quit. We do have over $3 million of funding that Caltrans will allow us to use in phase one, and phase one can be let in time, I believe, which is June. It doesn't mean you have to build it by June. You have to let the contract. Is that correct? Right. If we can't do that, then we should hang our heads and just give up. So let's try to do that. And then with phase two, we won't have the deadline. We don't have to build a bike lane down Ojai Avenue. I'm not even sure we need one. I'm a bicyclist. I ride all over the city every day. My bike is my primary mode of transportation. I rarely ride it on Ojai Avenue, and I do all my shopping in Ojai. So I either go through the Arbolada or I take the Maricopa Highway and the bike path. I find a safe side route and I go do my shopping. The kids can do the same thing when they want to go to school. They can find a safe side road, get to the bike path, and if they can get up to Maricopa Highway, those junior high kids who can't drive a car yet but sure can ride a bike, they could ride their bike to the new junior high school. So it's a project that will be used. I see more cyclists every day on the project, and right now it's very dangerous for them because it's not appropriately signed, and there are two-way lanes on the wrong side of the street where we want them to be eventually, but they're not protected. And so if we don't do the project, Caltrans will come back and go, well, I guess you get your 4 lanes back. That would be a disaster at this moment. Some people in the audience will cheer, but that would be a disaster at the very moment when the Land Conservancy, thanks to your help, is going to build a bridge in the meadow that will allow kids to ride their bikes to the Maricopa Highway, down to the bike path, and to wherever they need to go downtown. There will be more kids on the Maricopa Highway, regardless of what we do, and they will be endangered if it's a 4-lane road like it used to be. So please, let's think about that as well, and hang in there and try to make this work. Thank you for what you've done so far.
Thank you, Dee. Next we have Renee Roth, then Bill Miley, and then Jason.
Hello, Council. I am a very strong supporter of this project. I live right off the highway. I drive it every day. I walk it every day over to Nordhoff. I really think, my husband and I came here over 35 years ago on our honeymoon. We were one of those people who stayed at the Ojai Valley Inn. We see the people all the time getting on those beautiful Ojai Valley Inn bikes, and they hop on the highway into town, and I go, oh my God, they don't know how dangerous it is to get on that roadway into downtown. They go to Bart's Books, they do the towny thing. And we're just so dangerous. It has just been so dangerous. I'm also part of that bicycle community that wants to see more bicycle use and less highway use. And I'm also one of those people who've had to get out there with my hands trying to get people to stop when they go racing past me on Maricopa Highway with the flashing beacon lights going. And I'm going, what is going on? So it has calmed down. There has been major traffic calming improvements. And Nordhoff has changed their entry point and their exit point to reduce the amount of traffic that's built up in the intersections. And we have more kids going to Nordhoff. We know that electric bicycles are going to be the mode of transportation for most people in our town in the future. It's affordable, it's easy, and we need to be able to have state-of-the-art improvements and alternatives for people in our town. Right now, I refuse to ride a bike into Ojai because I don't feel safe. I honestly do not feel safe. And I know many people in town with kids do not feel safe. So I urge you to go forward with this. I know Measure C funding, the last time James talked about this, I looked at the budget and I said, James, you underestimated the Measure C funding that was available in last year's budget, and he redirected some of the Measure C funding to help this. So there are ways to find money and move things around. But the last thing I want to say is for those people who are holding out and making eminent domain a requirement, I urge you, for the good of our community, for the good of our town, to please stop delaying. Please stop jacking up the price to $1 million for your 3 foot of street roadway that is making it difficult and expensive for this project to go through. Please help us, community, and work together with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Next, we have Bill Miley, then Jason, then Andra Belknap.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. I live here in the city. I've participated in this since the beginning. The nature of the bike paths seems to be the primary focus of the project, as I see it. If there is any question about bike lanes, the Valley bike community probably should be consulted again for input. It's crucial that moving about by non-vehicles is paramount to the project. Electric bikes on bike lanes should probably be limited to a lower speed by law and enforcement. Use of the bike path to get through the arcade is a good idea because otherwise the shared lanes are a mess. They're potential trouble. I would not ride my bike through there when I was riding a bike years ago. The costs for the project seem very excessive and not well detailed to the public. Example, the abbreviations used in the administrative memo were not understandable. I had no idea what ROW meant or whatever. It would help to have a journalist write a complete description of the project and post it on the city website. Example is when Robin Godfrey was here, she had journalistic skills. And she worked for James Vega. She wrote several public documents which were very public friendly. This is not a description that's public friendly, in my opinion. It's a very confusing project and overly expensive, it appears. It needs much more public detail. I would suggest by a journalist. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Jason, and then we have Andrew Belknap.
I'd just like to express my complete disgust for this highway project. It's been nothing but a problem. It's, not to mention, very unsightly. You put tons of chemicals, toxic chemicals, into the environment with the adhesives used for those unsightly bollard posts, as well as the paint. It seems like a pet project for you, Souza, and
I don't get blamed
there's a
for it.
huge, conflict of interest, it seems, if you're funding it as well as, working with the company. So, I also had a question for Caltrans regarding the lane closures. Will those be put back to how they were before this construction starts? So, I'd like an answer to that as well, because I don't see it going back. Each day, Ojai slips further from Shangri-La and closer to a hellscape that caters to the wealthy, transplants visitors instead of families. Working class families have been here for decades, generations, etc. It's delusional to think that a budget that you had 15 years ago, or whatever it was, is going to be sufficient to finish this project in Joe Biden's economy. So factor in the fact that a gallon of gasoline costs almost $7 a gallon. What do you think the materials are going to cost? It's going to cost twice as much, if not 3-4 times as much. So, this is the first time I've come to one of these, meetings, and I have to say it is definitely a circus and a huge waste of time. No wonder nothing gets done here in this town in a timely manner, because all the talking and no action. So I think your ATP project needs to just be finished. It needs to just be killed off and put the lanes back, forget about it. We have a bike lane. I've lived in this town for over 40 years and rode my bike as, a child all over the valley, all the way to Ventura and back, everywhere. Never got hit by a car once. I know how to look both ways when crossing the street. I don't ride in the road. We have a bike lane, bike path that goes all the way to Ventura from the east side of town. So the only thing that the ATP project has done was created more confusion and more frustration, more traffic, not less, and that's a fact. And it's, 33, it's not, there's no highway, there's no freeway, and, it's an evacuation route. Nordhoff High School was the evacuation center during the Thomas Fire, if you remember that. So people need a place to go, they need a place to get to through there, and by blocking off, 2 lanes of traffic, you've only just created more congestion, let alone traffic and exhaust fumes.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we have Andrew Belknap.
Hi, everyone. Andrew Belknap, City of Ojai. Just wanted to briefly state my support for completing the project. If we want to be a sustainable city, we need active transportation infrastructure. I honestly think it's that simple. So this is something we should reach for.
Thank you, Andrew. Any comments online, Weston?
No raised hands. We'll give an opportunity for Zoom participants.
Larry is going to speak.
For those on Zoom, we are on item 4.
Larry Steingold. You have 3 options. You can kill it, you can get more money from them, or from the TOT, or from others, or we can cancel part of it and do it ourselves, right? And take the money that we're freeing up from doing all this and put it toward electric tricycles, golf carts, the homeless, the unhoused. Okay, there where you can find all the money. You've got all the money, you're just gonna spend it on concrete. You got 1,000 feet of concrete, 10 feet wide. What about all the greenhouse gases? Climate control, climate denier, whatever. But guess what? It's greenhouse gases, gotta do that. All right, so, but the point is we don't have the money. Unless they're gonna guarantee all of it, your city manager, my city manager, said, we don't have a clue because you're going to put it out to bids. And the bids, who knows? You got inflation, you got oil, you got concrete, you got labor. Where's it all going to come from? We don't have enough money. So we either got to raise taxes or get it from them and have them sign in concrete that it's coming from them, because we don't have it. Because how much are we deferring maintenance, more maintenance? We're doing roads, we did a great job on roads. But if we take money from the roads, the $2 million that we're allocating every year is already underwater, so the people that are getting roads now, or next year, or 3 years from now, may have to wait 5 years and 6 years. Want to house the homeless, the unhoused, spend the money. Here is the money. It unleashes it. You're banking all this money on concrete. Use the bollards, use K-rails all the way down, decorate them. All right? We have artists, do the bike paths all the way to Sewell Park. But it's the money. We don't have it. And we're not going to, unless you tax us with bonds, which you can now do with 55%, I think, or raise local taxes, you're going to have to raise the taxes from the visitors. All right? Or we're going to just have deferred maintenance for longer and longer and longer, and it will come out of the budget. It's all about money. You want to protect the people. I bike. All right? Yes, I've had to dodge cars. I've had to see rolling red lights, whatever. It doesn't matter. But we can be protected, but not bankrupt the town. So please, find another way.
Thank you, Larry. Any comments online, Weston?
No raised hands on Zoom for this item, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
Everybody's gonna look at me. I'll begin.
Okay.
Shall I? I wanted to give you guys a chance. Okay, so a little history on this project. Planning Commissioner Kathy Nolan, who was Planning Commissioner for 12 years, and a group of bike advocates, we rode all over the valley back, I think it was 2012. And we looked at the flow of traffic everywhere, and we stood in front of Nordhoff for a couple of hours. And the two guys from Caltrans looked at us and said, you know, you could reduce this to 2 lanes. You don't need 4 lanes. So the idea was planted by Caltrans. You know, I never had even thought of it, to be honest. And one of the key complaints that we keep getting is that people don't seem to understand that if there is a fire, we can open up and have 4 lanes. I mean, the whole traffic will be different. Very important to understand, during an emergency, we can have 4 lanes. We have a letter, it's posted on the city website from the Ventura County Fire Protection District, that they did a demonstration, and it did not impact or hardly impacted their emergency response time. And I think same with the hospital, you know, when there's a siren, people pull over. It's not going to affect response time. So that's 2 concerns. You know, this project is for keeping families with young children safe. We adults that are seasoned cyclists forget why we're doing this project. I myself, I've ridden my bike forever. Up until 2 years ago, the bicycle, like Dee Reed said, was my primary mode of transportation. For many years, I didn't have a car. But I didn't have any trouble negotiating Maricopa Highway either. But until we have safe, protected bike lanes, the problem that we have of 10 kids riding scooters and bicycles on the sidewalk, that will continue. You know, I watch traffic a lot from all over town, and right now I live in District 4, where I have to access the highway almost every day from the south side. You know, and if you're patient, there's no problem. I don't see the problem with the problem with idling cars is real, but that was created. You know, those are problems that can be solved. If you watch, you will see. The other day I saw a family with maybe a 3-month-old baby on the back, a trailer with 2 or 3 kids, you know, and other kids that were old enough to ride on their own. This is one segment of the population that this project is for. It's also for older riders that that don't feel protected in the current car infrastructure that we have. I want to quote from Martin Erickson's recent editorial in the Ventura County Star. He wrote a wonderful editorial a couple of months ago, and he wrote, as a reminder, transportation is the largest contributor to greenhouse gases. So this project is a key part of a sustainable bicycle, pedestrian, alternative, human-powered, friendly transportation. It's part of it. And I am sorry for those that are inconvenienced, and the feeling, the objection to reducing 4 lanes to 2 lanes is common all over the United States. You know, our national, what's its title, transportation, Pete Buttigieg, what's his title? Department. He himself was almost voted out of office because he reduced lanes in his town. He slowed down the speed limit, and people just couldn't imagine, why would you make it harder for us to drive faster? They couldn't fathom it because, we've all grown up in a car culture. So this does require a paradigm shift, and I am 100% ready to support it and deal with the challenges as they come along. I believe the obstacles can be overcome.
Councilmember Lang.
Sure, thank you. So I heard a couple of things tonight that moved me in the direction of moving forward with this project. Up to this point, I have had a lot of concerns about the cost of this, and I was prepared to consider making a vote to just stop it and move forward. But what I heard from Mr. Erickson, first of all, thank you for all your work. I know that you're doing a lot in the whole county to improve roads and bikeways, and so I appreciate that. But one thing I heard that moved me in the direction of moving forward with this is that because phase 2 because it doesn't have a deadline, because we could move forward, we don't have a timing issue with that there would be time for us to work with the VCTC to secure funding, to look at other grants, that even though it's really nerve-wracking to move forward with a project that we don't know how much it's going to cost, and that does not feel responsible, that there is not a complete assurance. That also feels very nerve-wracking, but that there is a great possibility that that we would have funding for this phase 2 of the project, and especially if redesigning it is an option that's on the table for us. And also, what Bill Wyrick said also was, I think, meaningful for me, that this has been a project that's been going on. I think the other concern that I would have about saying no to the project is if we do have another project that we want to do in the future, then is our reputation tarnished with the other granting organizations that we would be asking for funds? Does this put a black mark on our name for future possibilities? And so I'm leaning toward. First of all, I would love to hear more from either Eric or you about the timing with phase 2 and about the potential for funding. And with that said, I'm leaning toward moving forward with it.
Okay, Councilmember Rule.
Yes. So I campaigned on a walkable, bikeable, livable Ojai, and I have to stick with that. I understand that We are completely uncertain where funds are going to go, but I do find some light in that situation, some reassurance. And I believe, I honestly believe that with the advent of e-bikes, there will be funding available. And we aren't, as is mentioned, we aren't on a time frame. And my real fear, after having lived in San Francisco and seeing how when you stop projects, you never get them started again. And to me, a bikeable Ojai, having a safe bike path from El Roblar to the Y and the Y into Ojai, that's just a natural. And so yes, I'm concerned about where we're going to find the money. We have ways to raise money. We have granting opportunities. We're going to have to be very aggressive with that. We're going to be looking to our friends to help us, not just you guys, but some other friends too. And finally, to your point, in speaking with the city manager, yes, we would have a black mark. So we would be a town that got money, didn't use it, returned some of it, and might be sued to get the rest. I do not minimize the task ahead of us in getting the money for phase 2. But it's a difficult choice, but I'm unwavering in support of the ATP, and so that's where I am.
Councilmember Whitman?
Yeah. So, my understanding from the email we got explaining the memo we got from I'm sorry, I don't know your.
The Ventura County Transportation Commission.
The Transportation Commission is that we actually have we're in a position where we can kind of delay a decision on phase 2. We don't have to decide now. We can see what we're going to do on that. But my first concern is that we've just gone through a big change at Nordhoff. We have 200 more students going there, and they're a younger age group. And so I think we have a lot more parents driving their kids to school, dropping people off. I haven't seen that yet in my daily travels to see the drop-off hour. But I think we need to take a look at that with the idea for how we're addressing safety, if the plan we have in place now addresses safety. But I do like the idea that we would, in phase 1, get bicyclists off the street and onto a separate path. And the last go around, when we looked at this back in early winter, I was in favor of finishing phase 1 and not proceeding with phase 2. And at that time, I was told I couldn't vote that way. So with the understanding that we appear to have the funding to complete phase 1, I would be inclined to support finishing phase 1 and revisiting phase 2 when the time comes. I would say that I've received a lot of comment from the public that they do not like the idea of a full-on bike lane from the Y all the way down into the city center. And I think that we have a bike lane that accomplishes that stretch. That, in other words, the path, it's county property. But I think we could do a better job of and we should do more of directing bicyclists onto that path when it's possible. So that's where I am.
May I respond?
Can I comment first? And then, well, I just want to thank my council members because clearly we are in agreement that we are in a tough spot. This is a very challenging decision, and it is a catch-22. And I agree with Councilmember Rule's statement that it's tough, you know, and nobody likes to move forward when we don't know where the money's coming from. I appreciate Martin and Peter, you coming here and encouraging us and saying there is money out there that we could investigate and potentially find. My concern is always safety first. And, you know, it's really important to separate bikes and cars. And I think if you talk to any parents, and my kids grew up here, parents want separation. And I think to Andra's comment, if we need a commitment to active transportation as we move forward on the planet in terms of sustainability. And I'm confident that parents in our town would agree, most of them at least, that they want a safe bike path. And we have more kids around there, and younger kids too. And it's also better for cyclists and motorists also to make them safer because it reduces the chances of collision. And I thought it was, thank you, Bill, out there for the orphan freeway. I've never heard that phrase before, you know, and I think it's good to keep that in mind, that it was built and then to go nowhere, really. And I have also talked to fire and police who have assured me that it's safe to reduce the lanes. So it is nerve-wracking to go ahead in this, there is possibility for funding. So in terms of phase one, I think we should move ahead. And then, as Councilmember Whitman said, you know, see what happens when we get to phase two, because I've heard some of the same complaints about that issue. I would like to once again, and I am being repetitive here, just come back to that crosswalk, and I'm just going to keep saying that because it is super dangerous, and I think it's a really huge concern. Like, that is my number one concern right now in terms of this whole thing, because it is an accident waiting to happen. So if you could in any way address that, I know we need to talk to Caltrans, that is something we really need to look at. So did you want to comment?
Yeah, I want to make a couple comments about the phase two, the stretch from the Y intersection to, well, I would hope that it goes to the city limit to Boardman Road, because, and to the Fire Stick Pottery, actually. That's where the border is. My comment is this, that if we reduce the speed limit to 25 miles per hour, and Lenny Clafe and I are actually haunting someone at Caltrans because we've got contradictory signs on the two sides of the street. One side, it took us about 2 years, but finally they posted a 25 mile per hour sign just as you approach town, but we still have to do the other side. But if Ojai Avenue was consistently 25 miles per hour, and if Caltrans would agree to that, because it is a state highway, if we could do that for the city limit, at least in the downtown core, where the downtown core is a pedestrian bicycle zone. Okay, there's no denying it. So there's plenty of rationale for lowering the speed limit throughout, and that would not cost anything, I don't think. And plus, there's all kinds of wonderful signage that exists. You know, it has a horse, a bicycle, a car, a little kid, you know, to remind people. And we're going to have for 20 years, I've been, all our advertising, if we want to have a really safe town, should say, Ojai, welcome to Ojai, slow down. That should just be a mantra on every hotel brochure, that when you come here, don't try to speed up North Signal Street to get to the the trail. That's unacceptable, but tourists are doing it. I witnessed that. So, and then the other thing I'm thinking as far as the funding goes, the hotels, it's the hotel, the tourists on bikes that are the most clueless, and they don't seem to have very much bike, the rules of the road training. But surely, if it comes down to it, we can get some funding from the hotels, through the TOT, because the Oaks, all these places are putting masses of tourists out on bikes. So somehow, the funding is going to be there one way or the other, okay? And I'm sure I could talk another 2 days on this, but that's it.
Are we ready for a motion?
I got one, I just have one other comment. Maybe it's a question. But, so we went from the demonstration, and now the demonstration is gone.
No.
Yeah,
What?
well, on the Maricopa Highway part, we had those, Zebradillos, those are gone.
This is still a demonstration project.
I know. So what I don't know is what is planned to be there? Like, when we do this, what specifically is it going to look like? And I think I have a general idea, but I'm not sure if what's there now is what's going to be our permanent condition. I know I've had comments from people concerned that in the event of a fire, we want to be able to have 2 lanes. Souza talked about the idea that her understanding is that we have the ability to go to 2 lanes and
4 lanes, yeah.
Well, 4 lanes.
Yeah.
So my suggestion would be that whatever we've gotten from the engineers so far about what is our end result, we get something onto our website so people can look at it.
Mhm.
It's there.
It's in a
It
previous.
is?
We have a
and-
huge,
yeah.
beautiful photographs. Yeah.
Okay.
I keep forgetting you guys are new, but we had slideshows and everything that the previous council saw during meetings is on, most everything is on the website.
I think,
Okay.
Councilmember Lang?
I actually have a question. So one of the concerns that people are voicing is pickup drop-off with high school and now junior high. If we can go to 4 lanes during emergencies, is there a way that we can go to 4 lanes during pickup and drop-off? No? Okay, okay.
No, we don't want to encourage that. We want all those able-bodied children, if they're serious about the world they're inheriting, should be on bicycles. We absolutely need to stick to that point. We need bicycle education in the school system. That's what's missing. That's the missing link. And PE credit. There's no reason why these kids, they should get PE credit. That's so logical. Don't make them run during the heat of the day. Let them ride their bike in the nice, cool, early morning.
Did you want to comment?
Speech.
Yep.
That's a point to take to the school board who regulates that, not us.
Yes.
I'm sure they'd be happy to hear it. Second, as I understand the situation, I'll ask Mark to confirm in VCTC, something like that, revising the design for phase 1 is not possible as a timing matter. We're out of options to revise the design. The existing design preserves the emergency situation, but that's for emergencies. Any other design revision to phase 1 is not possible anymore without jeopardizing that funding.
When you get into an evacuation scenario, you actually, if you know which direction you want people to go, you literally take both sides of the road.
Yeah.
And even if you didn't have 4 lanes, you'd still have 2. Both above and below Maricopa, it has to squeeze into 2 lanes.
Yes.
So it's not like the extra capacity does us any long-term good. It's just a very short stretch that has that extra holding. But they'll use whatever right-of-way they can use when it comes to evacuation.
And one other,
Councilmember Rule was next?
you can go ahead.
Okay.
so one other question is that I understood that the plan was to get parking off of Maricopa Highway entirely, but we were going to do that with that parking lot. The parking lots
Yes.
is not, it's got problems.
Well,
So do we have an alternative plan for?
Not that I'm aware of. The only problem we have is just the funding for the lot. you know, there's a difference between the funding for the lot and the funding for the bridge.
Right.
And I think we've talked about it being a $300,000 problem. It's not, it's only part of that. But that's the only thing that I know of about the parking. I don't know beyond that.
But the final design that we're approving going forward with is going to remove parking from.
That's my understanding, is that the phase one design removes the parking off Maricopa Highway. The partial replacement of that parking through the Meadows site is A, partial, and B, subject to funding decisions.
Okay.
Separate from the ATP funding.
Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that there are problems that need to be solved, but we're in the business of solving problems. I think that is what we're here for. I don't see this as insurmountable problems. I just wanted to echo Mayor Stix's concern about safety and about biking safety. And if you don't feel safe, you don't bike. If you don't feel your kids are safe, you don't have your kids bike as their main mode of transportation, which gets to Mayor Pro Tem Francina's point, is that we are looking for a way to encourage the next generation not to get in their cars. And I understand pick up and drop off. Okay, I won't be flippant here. I'd just say that that is also solvable on an individual's level, give it a minute or two. So I just wanted to say that I acknowledge all of the problems, but foremost for me is a walkable, bikeable, sustainable Ojai and a safety, making it safe for people to do so. And that remains steadfast and true through all of this.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
I think somebody else should make it so people stop blaming me. But
I'm happy to make I think you should make it, Souza.
Oh, okay.
But unless you don't want to, I would be happy to make it.
No. I want to make one comment. My understanding with this project is that seasoned cyclists that are going 25 miles per hour, whatever the speed limit is, can still ride on the road, especially if the shared use trail is filled with families with dogs and slow-moving children on trikes. So that, because it's very hard to create a plan that's suitable for all levels of cyclists. So, all of this was considered when we finally, in the decisions that we made. But, okay, I'll make a motion that we receive the report and and provide staff guidance on next steps. Okay, where's the language?
It would be a motion to proceed with phase one and phase two.
Yes, I'll make a motion to proceed with phase one and phase two. That's nice and simple. There's no, that's it.
Complexity is inherent in it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll second it. I'll second it
Okay,
and
thank
agree
you.
to
Thank
take
you.
all heat.
So
Okay. I'll second it and agree to take all heat.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I want to make a counter motion that we approve phase one and that we say nothing about phase two and address that when we get there and see where we are with funding and everything else. I don't think we should commit ourselves to the funding for phase two until we know what that's going to be. And
Okay.
It's not an
Wait,
option.
So
no,
that would be
wait,
a substitute motion, as I understand it?
Substitute
Counter
motion.
motion doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't
A
accept that
substitute motion
amendment.
simply to approve phase one.
Okay.
phase one only.
Okay.
Okay,
My-
just one second. Did you want to say something,
Yeah,
Mr. City Manager? Yeah.
And I'm looking to our friends again. I believe that we're contractually obligated to both phases if we proceed with phase one. I believe that's how the contract reads.
I also share that understanding, although we haven't approached Caltrans about
But-
getting out of that contract, but that's my
And-
understanding as well.
And I think what we're proceeding on is the assumption that we're going to be able to work on revising scope and that there's a good opportunity to do that, and that we're going to be able to work on funding, and there's not a time limit on that. But I don't think we can say that we're somehow eliminating the obligation to phase two, because I think that's in the grant, in the agreement.
Okay. So I stand by my original motion, and also with the understanding that every street in Ojai needs to be safe for all users of the road. That is the goal, because a cyclist should not have to take a detour to get to the bike trail if they have business to do if, say, I mean, there's exceptions to that, but to be phase two means making Ojai Avenue safe for cyclists.
I'm gonna withdraw, since I've been told that it's not contractually possible to approve one without the other.
Great, let's vote.
So I'll withdraw.
Okay, and do we have a second?
I seconded.
Okay, all right, roll call, please,
Yes,
Weston?
motion by Mayor Pro Tem Francina with a second by Councilmember Rule to approve Phase 1 and Phase 2.
Yes.
Roll call, Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Motion
Okay,
passes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you very much, and thank you, BCTC, for being here. Much appreciated.
Thank you, thank
Could
you.
we take just a brief break and come right back? Sure. Okay, thank you. If we could have council members come back to the dais and we'll get going. Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Martin. Nice to see you. Okay, we're just wait for Andy for a minute. All right, great. We will move on to item number 3. City Council initiated revisions to commission ordinances. So we do have a brief staff report, and there's been made a request, council members, that we hold off from asking questions and take public comment, and then we will go through the list of questions that is in the staff report. Just, okay?
Yeah, and that's basically what I was going to say. That the item, the commission drafts, the amendments that are in your packet reflect the input that the council gave to the city attorney
May 23rd or 24th.
in May, right? And we wanted to bring them back so that you can see them in writing, understand the implications. In fact, today, I didn't even understand the implication that the council would be reappointing all of the commissions, that's the way it's written, is that the council would then reappoint the commissions. We don't know what how the council wants to do it precisely. We wanted to hear confirmation, so we put it back on the agenda. We need to do it because we need to appoint some people. And I think your process is right. Let's take public comment, and then there's a series of policy questions at the end of the agenda report, and we recommend you start at the top and work your way down those questions.
All right, well, let's move on to public comment then. First, we have William Wyrick, then Dee Reed, and then Renee Roth. Oops, it's the wrong number. I'm sorry, I have the wrong number. Sorry about that. Okay, first we have Brian Akins, then we have Larry Steingold, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
That's why I get here at 5 o'clock, so I could go first. Hello, everyone. Excuse me. My name is Brian Akins. I'm a 9-year Historic Preservation Commission member and now in my 6th year as chair. I'm a non-resident living in Oakview for 42 plus years. I love my bluff view of Roger Haley's ranch and my wonderful neighbors. In answer to interim city manager's first question, should the role of commission chair be rotated by policy? I say good luck, and then I share my recommendation. No. As the longest serving chair, I've been elected 6 times because I know I will work hard, attend more meetings, and that I am passionate about the Ojai Valley and specifically the protection of the city of Ojai. Mandatory rotation will not give you that. A year ago as chair, we had 1 male who happened to be a non-resident, myself, and 4 fabulous, strong, knowledgeable women to complete our commission of 5. We lost 1 in October and another in December, leaving us with 2 residents and 1 non-resident, me. At the December 13th, 2022 council meeting where the annual HPC awards were passed out and new council was installed, I took time to ask City Attorney Summers about our HPC being able to continue to meet and interact when we only had 3 commissioners, Cindy, Gina, and myself, 2 residents and 1 non-resident. Matt informed me we had 3 commissioners, 3 as a quorum. Of course we can meet. What do I want as a commissioner and especially as an idled commission chair? I want to be able to meet this coming October 14th. I talked with Mayor Sticks today about the time frame. Meet today, second reading October 12th. I would hope we would be able to meet October 14th. So I'm asking the council to recognize that we have a Historic Preservation Commission of 4 individuals, 2 residents, Gina McHatton and Rick Bisaccia, and 2 non-residents, Craig Walker and myself, that are anxious to meet and conduct necessary business, such as proposed downtown historic district updates with a new focused map. We hear you. The Ojai City Code structures a merit stand as a code requirement on their own. They are not a backdoor to take control of your property. When I asked Mara about preparing for the October HPC meeting, October 14th, again looking at how much staff is available, She replied, I don't expect to put together an agenda for the HPC meeting until we have a quorum. At that time, we'll go over a draft as usual. I expect we'll be going over the same draft as before unless something new comes up. We had spent 2 weeks getting ready for that draft, only to have that meeting canceled. I need the council to ask staff to prepare for the October 14th meeting. Other items we need to get the package ready to submit to council for the HPC awards. The nominees have been selected, write-ups prepared. We just need to finalize those write-ups and get them. Well, your clock's a lot faster than mine. I had 3 minutes and 0.7 seconds. And get them to council for the review and approval so they can be awarded in the December meeting as customary. As mentioned before, we host one of the more popular locations during Ojai Day. You two can find out why they call it the Slammer. I'm concerned about the recruitment effort. Mark said in the September 12th meeting, the advertisements have already been placed. I have not seen any in the 3 weeks I've been monitoring. Oh, no, I haven't seen any advertisements for any openings.
They're on the website.
They are posted on the website and were advertised in the Ojai Valley News, but not, Mark Scott is correct, not the HPC.
It's also posted on the front door of City Hall, but again, not for the HPC.
Well, okay. Let's see, I do have 3 residents I have reached out to, 2 former HPC members, 1 application on file with Weston from earlier this year. I asked her to please contact you to update that. I ask you to please not leave today without enabling the HPC with the opportunity to meet in October. I will finish with a quote from our interim city manager, Mark Scott. If we didn't trust these people, they wouldn't be on the commission in the first place. Thank you for your time and for moving this up in priorities. We need to get our commissions back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Larry Steingold and Jeffrey Starkweather.
Larry Steingold, back where I come from, city commissioners are picked by council people, they're picked by mayors, it's fine, it works, but they don't micromanage the commissioners. Otherwise, they can be the commissioner. If you trust people to put them on the city council that you choose or you back or support, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're supposed to take your view of the world, your agenda. That's part of the deal. They're on the committee. They're picked by you. They've got to be agreed to. You got to be what's the word? Simpatico, right? You can't have people running off all over the place, but you can't micromanage them. You're not going to go look at some guy who says, "Well, I want to have my house lit, but it's too bad. Well, my neighbor doesn't like it." Well, you have to go run to the city council to go ask them about everything, every variance, every permit you want to thing. You can't do that. You have to trust your commissioners, or don't pick them. I mean, this is all about trust. We trust you. May not like everything you do, but we trust you, right? You have to trust the commissioners you put. So pick them, be objective. You've got a lot of smart people in this community. You may not like them. They may not like you, but they're good for the community. So pick them, use them, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather.
Thank you, Jeffrey Starkweather. I've written to you all several times about this, and I've spoken on it, so you pretty much know my views. I think this is a dangerous move to politicize our commissions. I've heard the term about the soul of Ojai. I don't believe there is a soul of a city, but if there is one, it's our planning, it's our commissions. They've historically been hardworking, non-political, non-partisan. They staggered terms. Nobody, as I recall, at least when I applied, said to me, well, you need to follow the views of what I ran on. In fact, I got the opposite, which was I'm supposed to be there to be objective and to take in all views. And secondly, if we go there, we're going to have to change our handbook. Because our handbook says, page 4, consider the overall public good, not the exclusive point of view of a sole group or interest. So if commissioners are picking people that supposedly support their point of view, of the group that helped them get elected, or as Mr. Whitman said, he wanted to be able to influence his commissioner, which, by the way, would be illegal with a planning commissioner. I just think that's the wrong direction to go. These commissions have been working well in the past. And I think that and also, by the way, and Mark's right, the way it is written now, literally when it's passed, every position will be open for change. And think, we don't have an even balance in elections. In the next election, when Rachel's up and when Andy's up, there'll be 4 city councilmen elected at one time, which means 4/5 of our commissions would have to start over again. No historical memory. We're so lucky, I was so lucky to have Mr. Quillisi on the Planning Commission, because he'd been on there for like 8 years. He knew a lot of institutional memory. And most of the rest of us were pretty new on the commission when we got in there. So I think that this direction is a mistake, and I would ask you not to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Any comments online, Wesley?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand. Steve Quillisi. Mr. Quillisi, you have the floor. Steve Quillisi, are you there? One more time. Mr.
Unmuted. Thank you. I apologize for that. You can hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Terrific. I appreciate the kind words from Mr. Starkweather. As he says, I have been through particularly Title 10 of the municipal code quite a bit over the last 4 years. And while I don't approve of the idea of individual council members putting new commissioners on every commission every time there's an election, because I think that would be chaos. I do want to say that the current draft ordinance that is in the packet still needs work, and I'll give you 2 examples. This is in attachment C, which is the red line, if you will, version of the draft ordinance. Paragraph 10-1.101, lines 4 through 7, says at least 2 members. This is the Planning Commission. I'm not talking about any others, just the Planning Commission. 2 members shall be chosen from persons having distinctly separate training and experience in various fields. That is not the current case. What if there are not sufficient volunteers or nominees coming from those fields or having that separate training and experience? Nothing in the ordinance tells us what to do. When Kathy Nolan, our longtime resident landscape architect, retired, there was no landscape architect available to be appointed to the Planning Commission. So that paragraph needs some work. 10-1.102 appears to say that there are very narrow grounds now for removing a commissioner. And I would like to understand if this draft of the ordinance were passed, would the removal of a commissioner for no stated reason still be possible? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
No more on Zoom, Mayor, but Bill Miley in person.
Good evening. Bill Miley, and I'm a resident. There are some key factors, I believe, that should be considered in your decision. What about, item number one would be, what about continuity? If all of the commissioners get removed and appointed at the same time, where's the continuity from one year to the next? Two, what about historical chronology, remembering the past so you can bring that to the present and the future? How will that occur if they all get appointed and at one time and removed at one time? Three, there are generic features that I'm sure council members use to pick a commissioner. Does the person have overall perspective in the city? Are they looking to the welfare of the city? Where is their residence? Do they have experience? Do they value government? And do they have a city commitment? Once you do those generic features, you screen people based on your own values as a council person. Four, council members, commissioners appointed by council need to defend and support the city's general plan, and specifically the elements that make up the plan, like the housing element. They need to be either knowledgeable about that or they determined to learn about it. And if they don't have that motivation, you shouldn't appoint them. But that's an element in the choice. And then the last one would be in the screening process that applicants go through. So in the selection by a council member to recommend appointing a particular commission, a person to a commission, there's a screening process that council goes through based on what you think, what you would like, and it will help sort the candidates out. So you don't necessarily have to appoint them every 4 years or every time somebody gets elected and then do away with them when they get unelected. So I think the criteria, continuity, chronology, the generic features of being a commissioner, do they meet those? Will they defend and support the general plan? And then they have to go through the selection process, which is personal. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Mayor, we have one more raised hand on Zoom. Renee, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm going to keep this brief. I definitely agree with the previous speakers. I think this is just going to throw all of our city commissions into total chaos. I tried to understand and read the report, and I'm pretty good at trying to filter through this stuff, and it was really confusing. And Mr. Interim City Manager, Mr. Scott, I would really like to hear what you have to say about this chaos. This seems to me like a lot of chaos and much ado about nothing. I think our city commissions worked fine in the past, and when there was a vacancy, that vacancy was filled by somebody that was appointed by the, I don't know, was it the mayor and one other council person, but it didn't have anything to do with your politics or your loyalty or your point of view. It had to do with, are you experienced? Are you interested? Do you have something to contribute? Are you wanting to see government work well and for the benefit of the community, not from my personal agenda? I am really opposed to this kind of politicization of our commissions and our volunteers. I think this is just such a waste of time, and I'm really sad to see so much time have to be spent on this. And I hope you just completely just dismiss it and go with one solution that's very simple. When there's an empty, there's a resignation or somebody, a position that needs to be filled, that the mayor and one other person get to talk about it. Fine, that's good. Go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. That's it, Weston?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to discussion, and do you just want to go down the list of questions?
Yeah. I would suggest we go down the list of questions. I will say that, you know, I've worked in 12 cities, and we've had commissions in all 12 of my cities. And I've seen every different way that you can appoint commissioners. And I've seen both of the models that people talk about possibly here. The one thing that makes commissions work is when the council and the commission work together and they have periodic discussions and they approve work plans and they evaluate how we've worked together. And then it doesn't matter so much how you appoint them. And because I've seen everything possible and they've all worked, but you got to work at it. And I think a lot of times what happens is appointments get made, everybody's busy, there's a million things to do, and there's not a lot of attention paid to what's going on. So with that, I want you to do what the council wants to do, and I don't have any particular strong opinions one way or the other because I've seen it all work. So I thought we could just go down the list. I do think that there's maybe am I allowed to say there's an elephant in the room anymore, or did we change that?
It's all good.
And that's the point that I brought up, that really the way this is written, it would require all of the appointments to be remade. I certainly don't recommend that. Not because I think it would change every commissioner. I think you'd end up reappointing people to the commission that are already there because most of them are doing just a great job. And so I don't think it would lead to wholesale changes in the people. But I don't know that that's a drama that you need. So I certainly don't suggest that you start from scratch. But that's not one of the questions. So if you need to deal with that issue, you might want to do that, but otherwise I'll walk you down the list. We just start?
Is it okay if just, because when we first talked about this, I mean, since then, I have tried to meet with every commissioner, and I've done a lot of really digging into some of the concerns that people have, and I want to speak to the idea of the politicization, which I've heard. I don't think it's about politics. I actually think it's about relationships. And so the point that you're talking about of the point that you brought up about how it works well when commissioners work really well with council members, what we have seen in the last several months, there's been a real spotlight on this issue because there are commissioners who were appointed by previous councils, and there are fundamental issues within those commissions and with some of those commissioners, including the lack of a quorum, including the fact that we need more people to sign up. And so I think that I am not for starting all over from scratch and throwing everyone into chaos. But I think that there is value in working in aligning commission terms with council member terms for those relationships, so that if there is an issue with a council member, you have a relationship with that person, you appoint that person, and there's a sense that you could have a conversation with them that wouldn't be awkward because you're coming in without a background.
You didn't know what you just said.
What did I say?
You said that if there's an issue with a council member.
Oh, I'm sorry, commissioner. Yes. So the personal relationships is where, and so I do think that I'm also factoring in that we have incredible volunteers with incredible expertise, and I don't think we want to presuppose that aligning the appointments this way would cancel everybody out and start all over from scratch. I don't think. I mean, I know personally I would not do that. That I care too much about the city and about the commissions and about the functionality. But I think that looking forward. Go ahead. Okay. I was just trying to clarify that, some of the things that I voted on and agreed to in the first draft of the amendment, I have since reflected on and changed. So that's what I was trying to clarify.
Can I make a suggestion, though, that we go through these questions and then we can make comments?
I'm going to have to make a point of order here. I think that there are large, broad strokes that we need to discuss that are elephants in the room. And, going through question by question by question is not going to get to those broad strokes. For instance, this grandfathering. We can talk about how that got there. That got there because because Councilmember Whitman wanted Jeffrey Starkweather off. And the way to do it was to change so that we talked about, okay, well, if Councilman Whitman can say that he would like Jeffrey off, then all of us can say we would like them off. We need to be clear about what this is and what we're doing about this and what the real elephant in the room is. And your questions are very important if you're actually trying to get to an ordinance, but we've never talked about what really happened amongst all of this here.
I hope that it's not going to devolve into a recounting of the recent past.
Well, it is.
You'll get nowhere if you do that.
Well,
And that's why I think if you work through the questions, there's no need for anybody to have to deal with personal issues on this. This is governance we're talking about. It's not politics, and it's governance that I'm trying to get you to focus on.
I understand.
Yeah,
Well,
and I hope you'll give it a try.
Let's go. Let's start with the questions.
And see if we can get there.
I don't even
Do you want-
feel like we should be, I always felt like these questions are up to the commissioners, not the city council.
No, the city council has to set the policy. Sorry to jump in there, but we need direction from the elected city council. We have no dog in the fight at the staff level. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Staff has no dog in this fight, to be very clear. We will write up exactly what the council directs. What we have now is what the council directed 4 months ago, almost 5 months ago. The world has changed. We realize that. So what we need is direction from the council, the elected city council, on what the council would like. That's what we need.
So,
And the council could give us that direction tonight, another meeting. You could direct staff to talk to the commissions first and see what they would want.
Right.
And then come back to the council.
Yes, so
But
that's
council
my-
can't give this decision to the commissions. It will have to be council's decision, but you don't have to make it tonight. But we do need direction eventually from the council on these questions.
so can we
Thank you.
Yeah.
answer the questions?
Why
Let's
don't
go.
we try it?
Yes, let's do it.
We try it and see how far we get.
We can do it.
You guys are much more optimistic than I am. We can do it. Oh,
I know I'm more optimistic than you are, but
definitely are.
that's but I'm going to do my best.
And I would like to say I appreciate that about you in most instances. I'm not sure now.
Well, I have my moments too, as obviously I've shown. Okay,
Are we all gonna go around
yeah.
and answer
But-
each question?
let's see where it goes. Maybe the mayor will give us a little bit of leeway to be a little informal on some of this.
I will. Do you want to just go in a
Which-
row or Okay. Okay.
You're the chair.
Okay.
Which commission should be increased to 7 members, if any? That's a fairly simple question.
Okay.
And I think we got commission input on this when James was still here. And I think when the council gave the direction to the city attorney, it was based on the input from 2 of the commissions that they preferred to be 7-member commissions instead of 5. Is that correct?
Yes. And I would
Well-
agree with that. Leave it up to the commissions to decide.
It's not exactly correct. Park and Rec couldn't meet, and so they were undecided, and they were going to come back with a decision on whether they wanted to stay 5 or 7, depending on whether or not they would have a youth council member who would actually count as a member and be a voting member, which they would support or not. So that was, Park and Rec was a question mark around 5 or 7. So other than that, you are correct.
And they still can't meet.
Exactly, they still can't meet,
You're
but they
gonna have-
still, yeah, I mean.
You can always change it later.
Right.
Right.
Okay?
Can I say something about the planning commission?
Okay, excuse me, we're in discussion right now, so, can we keep going,
Um,
please?
So unless I hear otherwise, I'm assuming that that part of what's been written up continues to be 2 at 5 and 2 at 7. And if there's a change later, you can always make that.
Are we all going to answer?
Yeah, if you want to jump in.
Well,
You want to keep?
You know, sometimes the process people use is to ask a question, and if no one objects, then the assumption is positive.
well,
But if
And
you have
that-
something to say, please say it.
I object to all of, I object to this whole item being on the agenda, period.
Well,
I was happy with
Well,
what.
how are we going to fill the commissions then, if you don't tell us how to do it?
Just go by, yeah, I was in favor of.
Microphone, please.
I was in favor of the former, I didn't see the need for change. So this, I was not one of the council members that voted for the process that we're going through now, but I'll try my best to honor it. But I heard you say that, are we certain which commissions want to be are we, you know, I would want, I mean, I would want to know from the commissions themselves what they want to do.
I think that the report that the council got in May said that the staff had asked, apparently the Rec and Park Commission couldn't meet, but the other 3 had been asked according to that staff report. Whether that, I wasn't here, I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what it said. And really, it's up to the council to decide whether you want to continue to leave that in the ordinance as 5 for Planning Commission and Rec and Parks and 7 for the other 2. If that's your direction, then when this ordinance comes back, that'll still be in it. If you want to change it, we'll change it.
And I'm going to ask council, just let's be as succinct and concise as we can to answer these questions. So you want to keep going?
Yeah. The second one was, for each commission, how many seats may be occupied by non-city residents?
Well, I think I like the 4-1 and 5-2.
I'm going to chime in here. So I don't think it's feasible. I think we already have commissions that don't have enough volunteers, that don't have a quorum, and we've seen some real challenges with that. So, I mean, I would be open to that for planning where we're talking about land use, but I don't think it's practical. And also, I think, you know, Mayor Pro Tem Francina mentioned at the last meeting when we were talking about this, that we are a valley, that it could be exclusionary, but I think it's just a matter of practicality. We can't get people to sign up to volunteer.
So what are you suggesting?
So I'm suggesting that we keep it at the 2 that we keep it what it was. So 2 for 5 and 3 for 7, but that we eliminate the quorum requirements so that they can meet. That's what I would propose.
I support that.
I support that. I guess I have one question, if I could just follow up. So they can meet, but can they make decisions? Can they actually vote? I mean, I would support yes, because
Yes.
if you're a commissioner, you should not be excluded from voting.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that that's a little bit of a double standard, so I would support them also being a voting member.
I would support that too. It's important for them to be able to meet. I mean,
And vote. I
Yeah.
mean, they have to get the work done.
Mhm.
We're a perfect example of.
So I have some concerns there. One is that if we're going to expand the number of non-residents, there should at least be, and I understand your concern that there aren't enough residents who want to serve. Well, we should address that as a general proposition. How do we attract commissioners? Because apparently we've had advertisements out and I don't know. I mean, I think I've been waiting to make an appointment and, but if there's a resident who's qualified, who's willing to serve, should a city council member be able to pass over the resident who's qualified and willing to serve in order to bring a non-resident in? Just the last round of planning commission appointments, we had a resident who spent her entire career as a planner and was a city resident. And her term expired, but she was willing to serve again. And then although our ordinance says that there's a preference for residents, she was passed over in favor of somebody not a resident to put in that spot. And I don't understand how that happened, especially with the fact that she was a planner and her removal meant that we had nobody with the qualifications. As Mr. Quillisi said, that has not been the case. The origin of the idea of going outside of the city was that some of the commissions needed special qualifications, and the planning being the most, noticeable. And so we wanted to have architects serve, and it just didn't happen that we had very many architects who lived in the city of Ojai. So we went outside, the city, and my recollection is that was created because of that unique circumstance, not as kind of a rule that was going to apply across the board. I think that with planning in particular, it's important to have residents because they're experiencing the traffic that we experience. They're experiencing the taxes that we pay. And the non-residents aren't really experiencing it in the same way. So that's, my suggestion would be that for planning, we go 5-1, and if they want to go to 7, we go 7-2. Traditionally, we were 7-2 on planning, and then we got reduced down. The other thing that I would point out is that district elections only started like
2020.
5 years ago, 4 years ago,
No,
3 years ago.
2020 was the first one.
So that introduced a whole new component to things that we didn't have before. And our, prior council decided that it would be appropriate to make selections by each elected district. Doesn't the district council member can appoint from the entire community. I'm not saying that they have to be appointed I'm saying that each district representative should have their own selection of a commissioner.
I'm not following, because it seems like you just said two different things. It seems like you said that you weren't talking about, are you saying that?
I'm not saying that the commissioner.
I'm sorry, I really don't understand what you're saying.
I'm not saying that the commissioner needs to be from the same district as the person making the appointment.
Yes, that's what I heard you say.
That's not what I meant to say.
Okay.
What I meant to say is that a prior city council, presumably in 2020 or whenever we went to districts, I don't know, maybe Matt can speak to when Matt was here, I guess, when we amended, but.
I've never heard of such a thing.
No, hold on. It was in 2020 or 2021, as I recall. We can look at the exact date. The commission ordinance was amended to provide for the individual appointments by the individual council members. That's what Councilmember Whitman is referring to.
Right.
So the requirement that we have right now, that the 5 council members each nominate for council ratification 1 commissioner on the planning commission. That's what I think he's referring to. And the requirement, so it's each council member gets one nomination ratified by the full council, but the persons that are nominated do not need to live in the districts
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
4 districted council members.
Yeah.
That's the present
Yeah.
rule.
Yeah.
Council can change whatever it wants for the new
I
rule.
want to ask.
Councilmember
Yeah.
Roll.
Wait, I had my hand up.
No, well, I had my hand up. I had 2 hands up.
And I'll check the date of that, but I
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
it-
So
That makes sense. That makes
right.
sense.
Well, it doesn't make any difference if you have a district or not. I mean, it's one council member appointing. You could be from, I mean, the districting is irrelevant to the fact that each council person gets one person. I could be in District 2, I could be in District 3, I could be in District 4. I still get my one person. So the districting is irrelevant to this entire conversation, really, because it doesn't. It does. I mean, yes, I'm attached to District 1, but I'm still going to be a council person, whether I'm attached to District 1 or not. I'm still going to get my one person, and it's still going to be in the order that it's going to be in.
But it's relevant because before we had districts, you didn't get to make that selection.
Of course I did.
No, you did not.
Of course
the
I
mayor
did.
made the selections,
Ms.
all of them.
Councilmember Whitman is correct. The old rule.
Oh, the old rule. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
The
Right.
old rule.
It was
Hold
only
on.
it was only when we went to districts that we decided to give each council
But
member.
it was coincidental that it went to,
Let
that
me-
had nothing to
Hold
do
on,
with
let
it.
me jump in with some straight facts. The ordinance that I described that made the change was in 2019. It was after districts had been drawn, but not before the first election. It was in that sort of interregnum period. And that's when it was provided that the council members would make the individual appointments. The old rule before 2019 was the mayor, generally in consultation with the commission chair, would make the nominations, and then the council had to ratify. The new rule became that each of the 5 council members could make the nomination, ratification by the full council, and that was phased in over time. It was also phased in or paired with reducing the commission from 7 to 5. At the time it was adopted, if I remember right, there were 6 sitting commissioners. So the 6th was allowed to stay in place until they resigned on their own, or their term expired, whichever happened first. And then the 5th and thereon were then appointed, as each seat came up, it was then filled by the individual council members, and now we're on the rotation.
Right. So just one
And
point.
that was in 19 when that
Right,
took
just
effect.
really one point. So at some point, we had a rotating mayor.
Correct.
And
That
so,
was
so that
before
would have
16.
right. So that would have been in a rotating mayor. You would have had the rotating mayor. Each mayor would have had an opportunity. So it makes sense that you would then change it so that the mayor is not, because there's no rotating mayor anymore. So that's also makes sense, because if you just let the mayor do it, then since we're not rotating, nobody else would ever have an opportunity to make an appointment, right? I mean, when you had a rotating mayor, then everyone would get a chance because everyone rotated into the mayor seat. Yeah, Susan. Yeah. Anyway,
I think we need to move it along a little bit. So,
If I could make a brief
Yeah.
suggestion, the past is the past. We're looking for direction for the future.
Okay, But
Exactly.
we still need to clarify, I believe that it was strictly coincidental that this change took place when districting was also discussed. It was just a coincidence.
I believe that may have been the case for some members of council. I believe that other members of council voted for it mindful of districts.
Yeah, but I
Perhaps
didn't.
with that as part of the goal, but I never inquire into why a council member votes the way they vote.
Okay, and Councilmember Whitman, I'm very familiar with what transpired, and I agree with you. I was pretty shocked when the commissioner you mentioned that had a background in planning did not get reappointed. But the fact that she did not get reappointed had nothing to do with her background. It is just that council member felt that she was more of a, he had criticism. And he was allowed to appoint someone else because that was the rule. I didn't vote for lowering I didn't vote for, I don't remember voting for any of that. Definitely did not vote to reduce a commission if they didn't want to be reduced from 7 to 5. But I don't know if you can follow. the mess started, I feel, when the council had a little bit more power. Before, even when Johnny was the mayor, as I recall, we took turns, the liaison, the council liaison, if there was a vacancy in the Arts Commission, the council liaison and the mayor, and he was very fair-minded. There were 3 people present in the interviews, including the commission chair or representative. There was somebody from the commission.
I just want to say the past is the past. We're here tonight to make some decisions. So, well, yeah, but I think we'll never get out of here unless we go through this list of questions.
It's also important to set rules as rules, not for people.
Right.
'Cause people change.
So,
Yeah.
so let's go back to
we're
the.
still on the issue
so we're
of
back.
how many non-residents
Okay.
to the commission.
So
I would go 4152. It sounds like
Okay,
There's
I
another
want to make a
4152.
suggestion. You see, to me, you're
52.
locking yourself in, because what if you cannot find a landscape architect in the city, okay? And whatever, there has to be some way to craft language where there's some flexibility. There has to be. There's, at the very least, there should be one. But if you can have 2, up to 2, then that means that you can get fill a vacancy with someone with the talent that you need. That increases your chances. We're a very small city. Our pool is very small. And there has to be, if you can't, does that make any sense?
It
We
makes
can draft
complete
language to
sense,
that
yeah.
effect. What we need is majority direction to do it.
Okay, we need a majority direction. So what is the
I
majority?
think I heard that. So let me just recap what I understand. I've got 2 council members, the mayor and Councilmember Whitman, who would set the rule for a 7-member commission, max 2 non-residents, for a 5-member commission, max 1 non-resident. And I have 3 members of council, Councilmember Rule, Councilmember Lang, Mayor Pro Tem Francina, who would set the rule for a 5-member commission, max 2 non-residents, for a 7-member commission, max 3 non-residents, eliminate the residency quorum rule, so all commissions would be equal.
Okay,
Is that
great.
accurate?
So my one little caveat. So I would be in favor for the planning commission, having it being
okay.
5-1, or no, 4-1 rather, or like four residents, 1 non-resident. But I think I would also like to include flexible language, like unless there is nobody who is volunteering, or preference to something along those lines, in case there is someone who's highly qualified, who's outside of the city, who the council, not us, but the future council wants in that position.
Yeah,
I would be good with that.
yeah.
That sounds
And-
good. Thank you for that.
I think caveating this to, except for in this case this happens and there'll be a council that might do this. I just think it's ambiguous. It's gray area. So I find I'm uncomfortable with it, because then you have decisions over,
Well, I think we need to keep going
okay,
and
well,
get through this list.
I think I just need to make an argument that for me, it's too ambiguous. There's too many if-thens, you make a rule or you make a rule, except for this committee that might have this, that could be that, and a future council may think this. To me, it's not. It's not clear enough.
I really think, Council, I'm going to ask us to get through this list, because it's now 10:25. We have another item to get to, and we just need to get the answers out there.
Please remember that someone like Kathy Nolan live one house out of the city limit, and her neighborhood is no different from the neighbors that are in the city. You've got to consider the configuration of our town with the outdated borders where no houses existed for decades. Now there's houses. Why, if an architect lives across the street from the city border, why he couldn't serve, it's absurd.
Okay, we have the majority. Council has spoken, correct? So can
So
we
let me
can we
recap what I
continue?
understand,
Yep.
and then we'll move forward. Just again, I want to make sure I get it right.
Keep your
What I understand is 7-member commissions, and PC will be separate, not PC, 7-member commissions, max 3 non-residents, 5-member commissions, max 2 non-residents, planning commission, max 1 non-resident with an allowance for the council to approve up to 2 non-residents if council deems necessary. Recognizing that's an ambiguous piece of language, but it's a council vote.
Okay.
Are there 3 votes for that structure?
I'm fine with this.
I'm with that. I think we should retain for all of those commissions that the preference is for a city resident. That's my understanding. That's in the language of each one of the existing ordinances.
It's in there now, but it's, to be honest, not enforceable. All of this is enforceable only by the council.
Yeah, preferences.
It's a preference, but the council can choose to vote, override the preferences they have done in the past.
Okay.
Okay, next
can we read
question.
The language, if you put as the language that the preference is a city resident, the preference is whoever is most qualified. That's the preference.
I agree.
No, the preference is whoever well, that could be the council's
That's my
choice, but
preference is
you recognize
whoever's-
qualifications are not objective.
No,
Well, you
but
know, if.
they're more okay.
Okay, let's keep going, if you don't mind.
I just want to make sure that that's not included in what you understood, that there will be a preference for, it's just exclusionary to me, and I just don't see the value in it, that there will be a preference for residents. Because I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Francina, the preference should be the need filled and the qualifications of the person applying. And
So I'll just
Okay,
read.
so we got 2 on that one. I need direction from the other 3. So I got 2 to drop the residency preference. Other 3, we need direction.
Well, I go back to what Mark said, which is that he's never served for a city that did not select from their residents.
And
But
I
then
have
we
to
asked
go
them
with,
how
I have
big
to.
were those
yeah.
cities?
I have to go to Brian Aiken's comment that the smallest city he ever served in was 115,000 people.
That's
So,
That's true.
Well,
No,
and
no,
Yes.
I just
That's
think.
no small, that's no
100
small matter.
Hey, team, I think we need to rely on our common sense also
Yes,
when we
I
make these
agree.
appointments,
The
so
next one's
let's
a
keep going.
humdinger of a question.
Keep going.
So this
Okay.
was a warm-up, what we've
Okay.
done so far. This was the warm-up. This is, and keep in mind, there's city manager candidates watching us, right? These ordinance revisions assume city council direction to tie commissioner terms to the terms of the nominating council member. Is that correct? That's how it's written up right now.
And I'll note what to do about the current commissioners is a separate question.
Yeah, that's coming up.
That's the next question.
well, I voted no the first time, I'm voting no the second time.
I'm voting no.
I vote yes.
I'm voting yes.
I'm voting yes.
Okay.
Let's
And-
keep.
and so,
Team, we just need to get through the list.
But-
So can
Well,
you
we
hold
also
your-
need to have
Can you hold
discussion.
your questions until the end?
Yeah.
Will that be- Okay.
But along with that, I would also propose that we discuss the way to do that and the way to move forward with that so that it doesn't throw everyone into
Coming
chaos.
up.
That's the next
Okay,
question.
good.
It's not the next
Or
one,
no,
but it's
you're
the
right,
one
there's one
after
more,
the
yeah.
next. The 6th and 7th member of a 7-member commission I said here, would presumably serve a full 4-year term, as they would not be associated with the term of an appointing council member, unless you made it tied to the mayor, which would mean they'd only have a 2-year term. I don't recommend that.
I propose that we just continue the rotation.
And I would agree with that also.
do you do
Just
that?
to make it,
What does that mean?
it's
Well,
consistent.
what do you
What does
mean by
that
that?
mean?
So if we're going through a rotation, that when a vacancy opens up, the way
So-
it's written right now, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4 mayor.
Yeah,
But
but
that-
6 and 7 are not assigned to
I
the.
6
know,
and 7
so-
don't have an assignment. So what you would end up doing is depending on when the vacancies arose, you might rob another council member of their term. The idea would be to define the seats. 5, if that's the council's direction, 1-to-1 match, 5 council members, 5 commissioners. Those are, which means if a vacancy occurs in the midterm for any of those 5 commissioners,
Yeah, it could be
that
any
nominating council member fills the vacancy. So the question is for the 6 and 7 commissioners, for those commissions. The present proposal is for the mayor and the mayor pro tem and the chair to make nominations. The council would then ratify majority. What do you want those terms to be for those 2?
Yeah, I'm
So you
only
could
asking how long's
rotate
the
it, but
term?
that would get complicated.
You're asking how long the term is.
I'm
And the
saying,
basic-
is it the assumption of a 4-year term?
2 years or 4 years
In my mind,
are your
it's a
basic
4-year
choices.
term.
Pardon me?
Yeah, I think commissioner appointment should be 4 years.
4 years, I think so too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
Yeah, I have a problem with the mayor and the mayor pro tem having 3 appointments and everybody else having 1. I'm sorry, but I
Yeah.
do. That to me is problematic. So I mean, I would be,
Well, the mayor pro tem gets the same as anybody else. I'm
Well-
not, I'm
Well,
not,
we would appoint it.
you would appoint 6 and 7, the mayor pro tem, and the head of the,
which is two positions is all that is, right?
I think.
well, it's 6 and 7
Rotate.
for
Why can't we
2,
4 possibly over some period of time.
right.
Let the liaison.
It would be.
So
Well,
what if,
when you're fighting over, I get to appoint or
Okay,
I'm going
so,
home, I mean,
Makes
it
sense to have
matters.
the commissioner liaison at the time that there's a vacancy, be the one to work with the mayor?
All of these are options. So your basic option set is any member of council can nominate, find 3 votes. Option 2 is the mayor nominates, finds 3 votes. Option 3 is the mayor, mayor pro tem, and in consultation with the chair as desired, nominate, find 3 votes. Option 4 would be the chair nominates, finds 3 votes of the council. That's dangerous because you have someone nominating who's not elected. That's your basic options.
so
We get a
that
prize.
is, with the idea that when that you'll have time between now and when you bring it back, is it conceivable that you can figure out a way to just keep the rotation going?
I
so
don't
that-
think so,
It's-
because the vacancies can come up out of sequence. They're tied, all the others are tied to a seat, right?
Okay, well, if that can't happen, then I think we should just.
Well, you can
that-
pick a name out of a hat. You can pick a
Yeah,
council
have the
member out
mayor
of a
and the
hat.
mayor pro tem and the chair, just make those choices.
Right,
That's what
and-
I think.
And I would say it should be more random than that. I would suggest that all 5 council members' name goes into a hat and one's drawn out. To me, that seems to be, I mean, it's random, but at
We don't
least
want to
it's.
be in the hat, we don't have to be.
You don't have to be in the hat, for sure. You don't have to be in the hat. God forbid.
Well,
But to me, I mean, I think if we're fighting over, who gets to appoint who and how many members, I think it's unfair then to say that the 2 remaining, go to 2 people. I think you put the name, if you can't figure out the rotation, then you draw. I mean, that to me is,
Are you drawing both or just one?
This is embarrassing.
I know, but
Yes.
it is
My
what it
conversation
is.
is so
It is what it is.
Well, you gotta go through it. You
But-
gotta go through it.
So my suggestion would be that 6 and 7 be selected by a majority of city council, 3
Okay.
city council members approving.
And to be clear, that was always the case.
Yes,
All
and-
of these pieces,
Right.
everything needs 3 votes.
Yeah,
in the
Yeah,
end.
I'd like to,
Everybody
yeah, just to make sure.
It's a matter of
it's-
who makes the nomination.
We always affirm
Right.
the appointment.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, isn't that a simple way to resolve what the quandary
Well,
we're
who,
having?
who puts
just-
the nominating
just,
out?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of simple. The mayor and the mayor pro tem are honorary positions. Even if we go back to a rotating mayor at some point, it's an honor. And I think it makes sense to have 6 and 7 be appointed by the mayor and mayor pro tem. I mean, it's 2 of them working together with the commissioner. To me, it makes sense, and then we don't have to worry about who's rotating to what. I mean, we have a hard enough time keeping track of who's rotating as a liaison each quarter, So I think just, it's the honorary position, give them the honor.
And just a reminder, we have great chairs who are very in tune with our community, who have great idea, so I think,
Okay, so I'm the one who proposed that selection method in the first place, so I'll go along with you guys on that.
Actually,
Thank
Sousa
you.
did.
okay, all right, let's keep going.
Okay, so the next question is one that Matt was talking about. Staff asks if it is council intent that existing commissioners are grandfathered through the terms of the council member whose district they are assigned to. In other words, some of you didn't appoint them. They were there and they got assigned to you. And the assumption here is that they will be grandfathered through the end of that term.
And I'll note your basic options are vacate all commissions upon the effective date of the ordinances and reappoint in full. The clean sweep, pros and cons are obvious. Option 2 is all terms run to the end of the natural expiration of the term, which are varied based on when they were appointed, and then the reappointments would follow per the new process. Option 3 is somewhere in the middle. You could provide all terms expire some date certain and then reappoint from there. You could choose end of the year, you could choose 6 months from adoption, something like that, something in the middle. 3 basic choices. You could also split the rule and make a different rule for different commissions, recognizing the different commissions do have different roles and different relative levels of, perhaps not importance, but relative levels of different roles.
Council?
When will this nightmare be over?
I think it's really productive to stay positive when we're working together. So I would say no to that.
No to what?
No. If they're is this correct?
So
Yeah.
not grandfathered.
Well, if they're not grandfathered, then what happens to them?
So I'm going to propose that we that they are grandfathered, but beginning with the next election cycle. So November or December, I guess the point, elections will be completed the next time in December of 2024.
Oh, okay.
That they all get picked, but then they run concurrently with the person's term. So, for instance, Rachel and Leslie and I theoretically are in the middle of our term, so if whoever we choose is going to have just 2 years, unless we get reelected and do another, carry it on.
What?
I thought I was talking about the existing commissioners, not the new ones that you appoint.
No, I think what he's saying
is that the existing ones are grandfathered, but then in 2024, when we have an election,
I got you.
that then those selections would be
They
made.
quit being grandfathered on that date.
Yeah.
Right,
Which
but
was one of Matt's options.
that is an option,
right.
yeah.
So that means that those people would have 2 years, a 2-year term, unless they were reappointed or. Okay, so we now, and
Yeah.
you really do have the question is, how do we attract commissioners? I mean, is that really a question that we're asking as we sit and go through here? Oh, you can come on for 2 years and you may stay on or you may not stay on. Really depends on how we feel. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely, I would like to make a motion that we table this whole thing and.
I second that.
I'm sorry. I
second that.
I've gone as far as I can go with this.
I would also, are we going to have public comment?
You did.
We already did.
Right, so a motion to table and a second, we did take public comment. A motion to table with the second does require a vote.
Roll call?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
No.
Councilmember Whitman.
No?
Mayor Sticks.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Okay, well, council majority voted to continue this, so let's do this in the most positive, efficient way possible. So back to the question.
Can I add why I said no? I think this is actually really important. We have some dysfunctions in the commissions that have come up since we've been in office. And we have to have protocols in place to preserve the integrity of the commissions so that our commissions can function, so they can meet again. We have 3 commissions that haven't been able to meet.
So, and I'm gonna ask Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Rule, because we just had that vote, to please participate in a positive way, and let's finish this, because this is what we're doing. This is the work that the council is doing, so.
But Rachel, the appointment process and the protocols for the actual commissioners, those are 2 different things. The dysfunction that you and I have discovered in at least one of the commissions is not due to the appointment process. It's just due to, there was no staff maybe keeping an eye on the number of times that they met. Those are 2 different, in my mind, they're 2 different issues.
We still have to have a process to
Can
appoint.
I nuance?
We're talking about a process to appoint now.
Can I nuance this for you just a little bit?
Thank you, yes,
Okay,
please.
so here's where I see it.
Okay.
Some of the challenges that we have are interpersonal conflicts.
Yes.
And it has to do with certain appointments were made with the previous council, and this is where the districting comes in. So if I'm in District 2, I'm coming in under the previous council, Randy's appointments. So some of the challenges actually have to stem from the appointment process and
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So it's important, along with protocols, to get to how do we function better? How do we serve our commissions better?
Good councils go through these discussions. I'm sorry that they're messy, but good councils go through these discussions all the time. Did we get a position on the grandfather then, that it would, is it a consensus that it would end at the next time we have an election, that any of the grandfathered positions would then have to either be reappointed or they'd be replaced?
Yes.
That was my vote.
So
Okay, that's good.
can I clarify? So you're saying what happened, not everyone gets appointed for a 4-year term, or am I just dense?
No, that's correct.
That would be
Of
correct.
course, keep in mind, the mayor's always going to be getting people appointed for 2-year terms. So that's not exactly, out of line with what this ordinance provides. I mean, 2-year terms
I can't support
may
that.
happen, but if the person gets reelected, then they end up with another term, so.
The net effect would mean that at the night the council certifies the results of the 2024 election, which is generally going to be the first meeting in December of '24, that would then be that night or the next night the council would make the decisions on the commission terms. All the current terms would expire upon the qualification of a successor. The sitting council would then have the mayor, whoever it may be, and District 4 would make their appointments, the mayor for 2 years, District 4 for 4 years. The other 3 seats would then make their appointments for 2-year terms through the end of their term.
Okay, next.
Okay.
Okay, the next question, I don't think is very hard.
But we're not even if we don't say something, it doesn't mean we're approving it. We're just discussing. This is not
This
a
is
vote.
for them to bring it back.
The ordinance will come back for a council vote as an ordinance.
Okay.
You're just telling us what to put in that ordinance.
Can we just say that out loud? 10 terms end in May 2024.
Okay.
And so for those terms that expire early, the
Okay.
council member for that seat would make a short-term appointment from the end of the election.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll take a look at that to see if there's some other date that makes more sense than the one we're proposing.
Okay.
The council's not approving an ordinance tonight. You're just telling us what to include in the draft that will get published and noticed before it comes back to the council. The next question isn't even a question now that I look at it. When a council member leaves office, the draft ordinance is written to allow those commissioners to remain in office until replaced by the new council member. That makes sense. They may also apply to be reconsidered for reappointment by the new council member. So everyone's okay with that?
Yes.
And then the next question, is it the city council's intention that the new amendments change commissioner appointment status from at will to for cause? you all know how I feel about that, but it's your commission and it's your decision how you want to do that.
Well, per your suggestion, I think it should be at will.
I agree.
I've never seen a for-cause city commissioner except in LA, Long Beach. Those are the only ones I've ever seen for-cause.
And are they paying the commissioners there?
Probably.
Can I add a
Those rules
question?
have huge power.
So is it possible in the new draft of the ordinance to outline like protocol for removing a commissioner? So even if it is at will, step 1, have a conversation. Step 2, ask them to resign. Step 3, is it possible to outline in the ordinance that protocol?
Possible.
Yeah, we could
Okay.
draft something like that. One of the key questions that some cities take a look at is when you have one-to-one appointments, some cities allow the nominating council member to remove the commissioner that they appointed without the need for a council vote. Other cities require a council vote to remove a commissioner. Other cities require that the nominating council member nominate for removal their commissioners, prohibiting the rest of the council from removing a commissioner if they weren't the nominating council member. Any of those are viable.
And I've worked in every one of those.
Okay, all right, let's keep going. We're on a roll now.
Did we answer that question?
No, we would need an answer on that question.
Thank you.
So it's at will removals. It may be easiest if it's at will to simply have it be, easiest is not necessarily what you would want to do, but easiest would be any council member can nominate a removal, majority vote controls.
I would support majority vote controls.
Well, yeah, it should.
It has to, yeah.
So I want to remove a council person, so I bring it to the council.
Commissioner.
A commissioner, I'm sorry.
Council members
Well,
are
yeah,
very
that,
different.
that we know. I mean, yeah, whatever.
That's the voters.
Awkward
That was,
moment.
yeah, that was a little Freudian slip there. Not really. Yeah. Always positive. So I want to remove someone, and so I make the motion to
yeah.
remove them, and then I need to get 3 votes, or it's just me doing it.
That's the question. Do you want 3 votes
so
or just 1?
so I would want 3 votes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would want 3 votes.
3 votes, yeah.
That's 5-0 for 5-0. Okay. So commissioner is required by majority vote. We'll write up a brief process for how that works. Okay.
That works. Okay, the rest of these questions are more related to commission operations and council liaison roles and all of that. By the way, I think the first question, we've got great commission chairs in this city. I don't see anything wrong with the commission chairs. It's very common that commission chairs are rotated, not because you don't want to have these experts that we have here, just to keep everybody engaged. But I don't think that's where you want to go, and I'm more than happy to skip that question. Should the council liaison role be extended for 6 months rather than 3? I will admit I put this on myself. I think 3 is really short. And you know more, sometimes the commission skips a meeting, your whole rotation might be, 2 meetings. And I thought that maybe 6 months made more sense. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
I'd agree with
I
that.
would agree.
I think it makes much better sense.
I agree with that too.
And I think
What if you get stuck in
the liaison
if you
report,
get-
I think the
Wait a
report.
minute, there's a flip side to that. What if you don't like the, let's think about this. I see, and I brought it up, I admit, because I'm the liaison to the Arts Commission, they've never met.
Right.
Okay, and I spent a lot of time investigating things, so I wanted to either do it for another 3 months to benefit from everything I learned, or I wanted to brief the next person. I mean, does this have to be written in stone?
Not necessarily.
The council could also eliminate the formal liaison process and just have any council member attend any commission meeting at will.
Well, I do think it's nice to have a liaison. I think
Yeah.
reporting back to the council would be a nice thing.
What about doing it every 4 months?
We have a year, we have four, there's five committees.
You'd go through three, rotations.
But it's a quarter, we're used to I think we better leave that one alone with, but there has to be some kind of understanding that maybe the previous liaison briefs the next.
It could overlap on the last month.
Yeah, and also, I would really like to see more of a commitment that we attend the meetings in person. You know, sometimes we get a little loose because we're busy.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
next.
That's really a council policy, doesn't have to actually be in the ordinance. Should staff liaison, in fact, I don't know that any of these have to be in the ordinance. Should staff liaisons to each commission be tasked to ensure the Brown Act requirements are followed? That's an obvious yes, I think. And it's not something that we have religiously done. And I do think that it's important, you know, it requires notices, it requires minutes, and we need to make sure that when we have subcommittees that, you know, there's two kinds of subcommittees. There's ad hoc subcommittees and there are standing subcommittees, the latter of which is Brown Act. And we need to make sure that we follow the Brown Act with our subcommittees. And if there's somebody on staff who's knowledgeable, who's tasked to oversee that, then I think we'll have a better process.
If I could add one more point on that, part of what we're looking for here is council backing. When commissions that aren't used to necessarily following every single footnote in the Brown Act are reminded of every footnote, there will be pushback because the Brown Act, as we all know, in the council level, is not designed for efficiency. And we'll need council backing to enforce all of the rules. And I think that's part of what we're asking for, is that backing to make sure that, because we always follow the Brown Act at all times, but some parts of our commissions are more sticklers than others, generally the ones that get litigated versus the ones that don't. To enforce it strictly across the entire organization is a bit of a change for the commissions that aren't used to being litigated, and we would need council backing for that.
I would support it.
I support that wholeheartedly, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Along with that, I know this is in the next question, but in many of the people I talked, and many of the commissioners with whom I spoke, some kind of training, like formal training, instead of just giving them a manual, would be really helpful for that. So that maybe that staff liaison could facilitate that too.
Yeah, we need to have an onboarding process for commissioners. Because you join the commission cold, just like you join a council cold, right? Except when you're running for council, you have time to prepare for it. A lot of times you get appointed to a commission, boom. But we need to have an onboarding process, not just here's your manual. We need to do better than that. I
think we would need a checklist, maybe provided by Matt's office, for how we manage Brown Act issues in our commissions when we're the liaison.
Yeah, what I think we do is we can do trainings for all the commissions, not just the planning commission, and then also put together a onboarding process. I think part of our onboarding has been better when we have the standard, 3 or 4 terms expired once. We're good about onboarding then. I think we're not always good about onboarding when there's a midterm vacancy and somebody hops in at the last minute.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That doesn't always follow through. So that's a good point.
Keep going and
They-
then ask
Yeah.
questions at the end.
Yeah. I covered kind of the next one. The reason I worry about subcommittees, you've heard me say that several times since I've been here. I get worried about subcommittees, whether they're council subcommittees or they're commission subcommittees, because it's so easy. Sometimes with our commissions, and they do great programs, but they will appoint subcommittees that really run with the programs. You know, the subcommittee can't legally go out and make contracts. They can't legally go out and take bids for spending. But sometimes it slips to that. Sometimes it actually happens. And we need to make sure that when we have subcommittees working, that they understand the rules under which they're working. And we need to, the staff person who's responsible for this needs to be able to oversee it. I just want to make that point because we get a little sloppy on that, and it happens in lots of cities. And we really need to do it right, because if somebody calls us out for it, it becomes a big headline, and nobody needs that. So I'm just making the point here, this is something we need to tighten up. And then, obviously, how does the city council wish to keep commission work plans in sync with the city council expectations for its advisory bodies? You just need to meet with them regularly. Maybe once every quarter, you meet with one of the regular, one of the big four commissions and go through a work plan and make sure that everybody's on the same page as to what's important to work on. And find out about the programs they're doing. I've had council members ask me questions about what precisely the HPC is doing on XYZ program. Well, we have a report every meeting from the chair. We should be knowledgeable about what's going on because we have that opportunity, but we need to make sure we do that. And I think the liaisons need to do more than attend the meetings. They need to come back and tell the council what happened at the meetings. So it's more work, but it's what needs to be done. And then finally, I already made the last point. Commissions don't have spending or purchasing authority, and the budgets are approved for commission programs and controlled through the city manager's authority. Commissions don't have their own authority. I've literally had, not here, although I've heard that it's happened, commissioners come in and throw an invoice on my desk and say, here, you need to get this paid. Because they don't know any different. They're running a program for the benefit of the community and they're doing good work. They don't know that's not the way it's supposed to work. But we need to make it clear to people what their authority is and what their authority isn't. So that's my lecture, I guess.
Great. So we got through the whole list.
I think you got through the whole list.
Great, we did it.
Okay.
Okay. Any final comments
I
before we?
have a question, and then I have a final comment. So as it stands now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have once a year a joint meeting every quarter with the commissions. And they're only like for 45 minutes or an hour. They're not enough time. And all of this takes time. I mean, what I try to do is watch, if I'm not the liaison there in person, I try to watch the meetings when I'm, listening, when I'm folding laundry or whatever, brushing my dog. But, I mean, that all sounds good, but we're gonna have to find the time.
Yeah.
Because, that's the other thing. And then, I receive, I'm the Arts Commission liaison still till the end of this month. And I received a statement from Nigel. I would like to read some of it because it applies to all the commissions. May I?
Can we have one more agenda item. It's 11 o'clock. Could we all receive that letter and we all read it? So I would ask that we.
Oh, you received it too?
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
got
So
Okay.
could we,
Thank
is
you.
somebody
I'm
ready to
gonna-
make a
yeah.
motion?
Yeah, I just have one comment, and I'm concerned about being able to get good people serving on our commissions, and I'm also concerned that we get younger people serving on our commissions. No offense to any older commissioner, because I know they're doing a great job, but we need to get more younger people involved in our city and government. And so with that in mind, I think that we should at least take a look at the feasibility of providing childcare for commissioners, which could also potentially be childcare for people who attend. But I don't want to take on a whole bunch of liability exposure or whatever by doing that.
Whoa.
Well, he started business taking
dreaming?
care of people's kids, and
Well, yeah, there may be legal issues with
There'd
that.
be robust waivers in place.
yeah.
That's why we have a stipend. The stipend pays for, things like that. I mean, they don't
But-
have a stipend.
They don't have it, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
That would
is
be the other choice.
Is that I think that potentially we've got parents with young kids who might otherwise be interested in serving on our commissions, but don't because they've got childcare issues.
Yes, this is also,
That
this
is a liability issue. I mean,
Yes.
isn't-
I wouldn't recommend you
also
do
like-
it here.
I don't-
Yeah, let's not do.
I
this
would
is not-
recommend that you could contract with someone to provide that, or you could pay people's stipend.
I'll babysit for free. Okay, can we,
It's a
Can
good idea.
assess
but-
options,
What about
maybe.
doggy
can
care?
somebody
We
make?
need-
A dog
Okay.
thing.
Doggy
Okay,
care for sure.
Councilmember Lang has
All right,
the motion.
I'll go ahead and I'll make a motion that we direct staff to draft a revised ordinance, taking into consideration all of the responses to our questions.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, roll call, please, Weston?
Yeah, is the motion clearly understood?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. We're just voting for staff
To bring back.
To draft
To
the
draft
ordinances
the
for everything
ordinance.
said tonight,
Yeah.
not to adopt them.
Okay,
with all this.
Okay. Roll call. Mayor Sticks.
yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
No.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes. All right, okay, and also, Brian asked us to consider October 14th. Is that right, to meet? So can we talk about that later with the city manager or not?
14th for what?
Well,
He's got a meeting on the 14th and he wants to
The
have. a
timing
forum.
won't work to solve that problem.
Okay.
The only solution to that would be for the relevant member of council, I forget which seat, I forget the two vacancies, how they met on the
We
council.
don't know.
Appointments can be made at the next meeting under the current process, although it would be
The 12th.
only until the next election would that seat last.
Yeah.
But that's
Okay.
a choice for I forget off the top of my head which council member needs to make the appointment, but
I think,
Who's,
I
have
think,
that
whose
information.
person is it?
I think Weston knows that
Yeah,
one.
the current term, the vacancy of the current term is 2020 to 2024, and it was appointed by mayor at large last time. So mayor
Okay.
at large would reappoint for the current term of the unscheduled vacancy.
And then, are we in a position to do that with respect to the advertising and?
We require a 10,
Midterm.
Have we
Weston,
not done the 10-day advertisement?
Weston, we haven't posted that one, so we're required 10 days, right?
It is, yeah, it's an unscheduled vacancy, so
So state law requires a 10-day notice before we make an appointment. So
We could post that one and still get in by the 14th, couldn't we?
well, it has to be a
Or our
council
next
meeting.
meeting,
The
the
meeting's
12th.
on the 10th.
The next council meeting is the
10th.
10th, so if it's posted by the end of the week,
So if it's
The
posted
deadline
before
can be
next
met.
week, the deadline could be met.
okay. Okay, now we do have,
Wait, I believe that a council member can ask that the
Correct.
meeting be adjourned, right? There's rules that you can do that, forget.
a motion to adjourn takes a second and 3 votes.
Okay, I want to make a motion to adjourn. I absolutely have to get my dog from the dog
okay,
center.
well,
I'm gonna second that. I mean, I'm
This is
willing.
not an emergency item.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm willing to do, I'm not willing to entertain another item.
Well-
I'm willing to do the final, council reports and city
I
manager
think
reports.
that's kind of frustrating because we did start the elephant item, I believe, at 11 o'clock at night or something like that. So
No, well,
I'm just going to say.
I made a motion,
I'm gonna-
and this is going to be long and complicated.
Well,
It's not going to be easy. We're going to be here till 12:30, I promise you. It's
I-
not going to be easy.
I disagree with that, but there's a motion and a second.
motion to adjourn and a
It's
second.
not going to be fast.
Roll call, Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
We have, well,
The roll call, please vote.
Councilmember Lang.
excuse me, point of privilege. We have a timeline where we do not take new items after 10:30, so we would
Well,
have to have a
took the
motion.
elephant item.
Well, we would have
after-
to have it because you insisted. I wanted to, you said we'll stick it to the end. The point is that we need a motion to not follow protocols.
Well,
It's
okay.
11. It's 11:05.
I
mean,
feel,
it's
okay,
It's legal, it's legal.
Yeah, we,
We have a
need to
motion.
finish the vote
we
on
are
the
mid-roll
motion.
call.
Okay, go ahead,
Vote on the
Weston.
motion to adjourn. That will
Okay.
end things if that passes. If it doesn't pass, then a motion to suspend the rules and allow the item to be heard.
It's 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Nobody can
Go ahead,
think straight.
Weston.
It's in the middle. of the-
Continuing roll call, Mayor Pro Tem Francina voted yes. Councilmember Lang.
I'm going to vote to stay. This is, I think this can be fast, so it's a no.
No vote.
Yeah, we can't.
Councilmember Whitman.
fast.
No?
Mayor Sticks.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
This is a motion to adjourn. My motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, we will
Okay.
continue with item number 5. And this is designed to be fast and positive. As you know, I've been teaching for 30 years. I've been teaching in the Valley for 18 years. I'm well acquainted with the schools here. And I did some research. Many cities have youth councils, mayor's youth councils, long list. Carl, you worked for one at your past city. I know that I could read the list of all the cities. And we are a valley of schools, so I think it'd be a really great move to get some young people involved in city government. And I researched them. There are lots of different forms that this takes. I'm not going to read the staff report. I did, as suggested, reach out the letter that I wrote to the educators. I included that. There are 3...
Point of order. Can she really legally continue when it's past 10:30? This is not an emergency or time-sensitive
Well,
item.
there's a
and
motion
I would
to
like to
continue.
participate.
Council can vote to suspend the rule and continue.
Okay,
We can vote to suspend the rules?
which we just
On
did.
that one, yes.
I
Not
have
all the rules.
and there are 3 coordinators, volunteers who are locals in the community who have very, wonderful backgrounds. I will not be there. I'm organizing it to get it, so it is nonpartisan, and it'll be run by the 3 volunteers on the back of the list. I've gotten some great feedback from schools. I've talked to Mr. Monson and a couple other of the educators, and I've gotten great feedback from kids. So I'm really excited about this. I think it's going to be great to get some young people in here, and I think we should all support our students and getting them involved in government. So I'm just going to, any questions before we move on to public comment?
Question, so would there be an opportunity for each one of us to be involved, like for the city as a whole to be involved, or is it your?
Well, no, it's, and the reason it's Mayor's Youth Council, because a lot of these councils are named that. For example, Newport Beach, LA, Calabasas, Watts, Fontana, Manhattan Beach, Carmel. And they would, if you, in the letter, the idea would be for them to meet, to get briefed on what's happening, and then for them to come to a meeting or write in, potentially, with a comment. And as most of us know, civics has been squeezed out of a curriculum in the last 40 years, so I think this is really important to bring it back. Any other questions?
Well, why are we doing this when we have so many items on the agenda? I thought we had an agreement that we're not going to keep adding new items.
This is in my opinion, it's fast and easy, and it's going to get the 12 schools in our valley involved.
First of all, I don't feel like we're a model city council for the students
okay.
to emulate.
Any more questions?
We're getting there, we're getting better.
Okay, let's take,
but you're not really asking us, you've already set it in motion, you've already sent the letters out.
well, if you read the letter, it says a potential new educational opportunity. That's it. There's no, doesn't say it's happening, and this was,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you met with students previously in the last 3 months?
Do I have contact with students?
No, have you met with a group of students in the last 3 months?
I know some students.
No, have you met with students?
I'm not sure what your
A group.
question-
Have you met with a group of students in the last 3 months? A group of students, a group of high school students?
I don't think so, no.
You have not met with a group of high school students? Well, it's coming from somebody contacting me saying that they met with you. A group of students met with you and plan to meet with you more.
You mean Green Valley Project?
No, not Green Valley Project. No, it was a governance. It was a governance situation where,
I'd love to talk to you because I don't know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
so you have not met with any high school students.
I've met individually with some students.
You've met individually with some students.
I've taught here for almost 20
No,
years,
I
so
understand
I know
that.
a lot
Well,
of kids here.
The reason I'm getting to this is that we have public comment from high school students that that mirror your accusations against Jeffrey Starkweather step by step by step. I mean, I
I'm
can't,
sorry.
you know, it's
This is-
true. I'm
let's
happy
stay
to
on
show
topic.
you the comments that came in. I'm happy to show them to
Thank
you.
you.
I want to invite everyone to have positive, unconditional regard for one another.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah,
nice.
And let's focus on the kids. Okay.
No. I'm asking you. So the next question is, did you discuss
I'm
with
not.
any
I am
students?
not on a witness stand, Councilmember Rules. So
Well, but you have an obligation to say what you've done as a representative of this city as mayor.
I know a lot of students here. I know a lot
Have
of
you met with
teachers.
them and discussed the Jeffrey Starkweather issue?
No.
Not
Okay.
one student. Okay.
That's not on the agenda.
Okay, this is not on the agenda either. Okay, Larry Steingold, then Dee Reed, then Jeffrey Starkweather.
Students involved in government is a wonderful thing. You are the mayor of Ojai. You're not the mayor of Upper Ojai or East Ojai or Miners Oak. Okay, we have students here in school. We have private students who live in the city, right? We have public students who live in the city. That's your obligation. Every city, we have districts now. She should get 5 students from for her district. She should get 5. You should get 5 from the city. She should get 5. He should get 5. This is district. This is our city having private students who live outside the city, who aren't even residents of Ojai. Their parents aren't primary residents here. Parents don't vote here. The parents should be here. They live here. They vote here. The students should come from here. They should get representation. This should be an all-city government youth function. Call it a committee, call it whatever you want, but it should not include outside kids who don't live in the city and their parents don't live in the city. Our city councilors have a right to represent their own district. Her constituents are me. Whitman's got constituents, they're his. You've got the whole city. These students should come from here, not from there, unless we don't have enough students. Then you can spiral out. Villanova is not in the city, correct? Or is it? Okay, sorry. Okay, but the students have to live here and their parents have to live here. Thatcher's not. There are people who buy homes here from Thatcher. They live here. Their kids go there. Okay, fine. But not kids. This is Ojai. You represent Ojai. I vote here. I live here. My kids aren't here. But if you have, it should be you. This is your district. Represent the constituents. That's all.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Dee Reed, then Jeffrey Starkweather, then Renee Roth.
Thank you. I got to tell you, every time I read these words, Mayor's Youth Council, I get a queasy feeling. I mean no disrespect to our mayor. I mean any mayor's youth council. Anytime we link a politician's name with a youth council, it sounds an awful lot like someone is trying to politicize some young people to help with their political agenda. In this case, apparently to activate them to take positions on city agenda items. I thought you were going to come and give a report. Was that it? Was that your report that you just gave? Of what your youth council might be like? I never saw the report. No, it wasn't in the agenda packet.
That's false. It is in the packet.
It wasn't in my agenda packet. I'm sorry.
It's in the
I
agenda
didn't-
packet online. You click the link and it's there.
I didn't see a link. Okay, let me just ask my questions, okay? Because it raises a lot of questions for me. Anytime there's a mayor's youth council, there are many youth councils. Santa Barbara has a wonderful one. It's called the Santa Barbara Youth Council. and they engage high school students in issues that they care about, and usually it's about recreation and arts, and it tends to be overseen by either the recreation department or the art department. Simi Valley has a Simi Youth Council. But when you call it a mayor's youth council, it attaches a person to the mission. So my question is, it's a lot of questions. What is the goal? Is there a mission statement? Did you have a mission statement?
Would you like to read the stat?
I don't think I can use my 3 minutes to read it. Who is running the program and under whose auspices? Who selected the 3 coordinators? Were these positions advertised to the public? Who proposed the programs? Who selected an out-of-town fast food business for the monthly meeting sites? What will the program cost? Who will provide the financial support? And who will educate the students about the agenda items? It sounded to me from what you had in the packet, I'm sorry I didn't see your report, but in the packet it said that they would meet monthly to look at what was on the city agenda and to talk about that so that they could comment at the next city council meeting. Is that it? Is that the program?
That is part of the aim.
Who's going to decide how to talk to them about what's on the city agenda? 3 people that you picked, I guess. Who picked them?
There are people who are interested in that who would
Did they
like to
apply?
volunteer.
Did you advertise this?
No.
Did
And
anybody else get a chance to apply to be one of these people?
well, they're welcome. If you'd like to come and help, that'd be great.
Okay, and so if this is the mayor's youth council, what is the role of the city council and why are you here? Does it involve, do you need their approval?
The reason it's called that, and I'm not attached to that name, if you Google youth councils and mayor youth council, very common. That list of names I just read.
And most of them are very politicized, the ones that have the mayor in front of them. Sorry, it hurts your credibility as a mayor to call it the mayor's youth council.
I'm not attached to the name. Excuse me, I'm not attached to the name. I just looked what's out there, and there are lots of mayor's youth councils. Okay, next we have Jeffrey Starkweather, then Bill Miley, and then Nora.
Sorry, I'm planning on leaving, it sounds like. I have an appointment at 9 a.m. and I'm looking up how to get there. Sorry.
So, I think we shouldn't invent the wheel here. I actually checked in Ventura County and in Santa Barbara County youth councils. There were no mayor's youth councils. The 2 I found were the Simi and Santa Barbara youth councils. And then we also have the Ojai Youth Foundation that's already there, headed by the chair of our Chamber of Commerce. And they do a lot of leadership things. I don't know why we wouldn't assign it to them that already exists. And these are people, prominent people in our community already. If you look at the youth council in Santa Barbara and the one in city in Simi, they are city council, essentially, youth councils. They focus on youth activities and issues that affect youth, as opposed to a group of kids that somebody, I don't know who it would be, how would you get objective information, say, about valet parking? And kids, and also these schools, a lot of them are boarders. They're not people that are gonna live here ever again. They're just temporary boarders. This seems more like something the kids that would volunteer would be trying to put stuff on their resumes to get into college. I think that the way it is structured raises some serious questions at how would you make sure that if kids are gonna be weighing in on any subject, that they're getting, in Ojai, there's always at least 2 perspectives, that they're getting more than one perspective objectively. The other interesting thing, I think, is that given the obsession about inside the city doing things, all 3 of these people who have volunteered are non-voters in our city. I looked them all up. They're not on the voting register. 2 of them live in Miramonte. So if you're following Mr. Whitman's rule, you would want at least 2 of the 3 to be city residents. And I kind of agree with Larry on this one. You know, if we're trying to develop kids that are going to be future leaders, they should be at least people who are living in our valley and their families living in our valley. They're not bordered students that are just here like at Thatcher or Besant School or some of these other schools. So I think this model is not the best thing. I think youth would be much more interested and more kids would be involved if they were talking about youth issues and they got to pick the issues. I would be more than happy if they came to the city council on their own and said, these are some issues we'd like to present, rather than having them weighing in on issues that mainly are only interested in property owners.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we have Bill Miley and then Nora.
Hello. Come on. A mayor's youth council? How about even more comprehensive, an Ojai Valley Youth Council? I read it over twice. The package is complete, like a box of Legos to build something. But what is the thing to build? Oh, it's for the mayor. It's the mayor's idea. Or is it? It would be helpful to know who else was involved in drafting this idea. No one from the Ojai Unified School District, I would suggest. There's no one from the Ojai Unified School District listed in the design. Surely, they should be, as they're the largest school district here. New entities arise from needs or because of problems. Nothing listed here as those. And why now? It's designed to advise on future agenda items. Apparently only that. And why is it advising just the mayor? The selection of facilitators is interesting. No one I've ever heard of. No one from a local school district or the Educational Foundation. I find the design as narrowly created for the benefit of one elected official. It seems to have significant political future pluses. The base idea is to teach youth about government. Second seems to involve youth and local government processes. What we don't know is what youth know now or what they don't know about local government. Also, such planning should at the beginning involve the Ojai Unified School District, trustees, and administration. It's kind of a slight not to involve them. I suggest your council start at the beginning and ask why now. Why not collaborate with the public school system in birthing this endeavor? I am not in favor of this format. I am in favor of a broader involvement from the beginning with the involvement of the Ojai Unified School District at the start. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Nora?
Nora Harold, Miners Oaks. At a time when our democracy is under attack, I can't think of anything better than pulling our younger beings into public service in any way, shape, and form. That coordinated attack against Mayor Sticks, that was gross, y'all. That was gross, okay? I don't even know what to say at this point when I see those kinds of things. Yeah, it's just terrible, right? It's just terrible to watch it happen, to the re-litigation of events that are settled now that want to continue to come back and bite mayor sticks in the ass. It's gross. I love the idea. I don't care what it's called. I love that you referenced that there are many different youth organizations like this called the Mayor's Youth Council. And I'll say this, as a teenager, I might have been more likely to jump on board something that said the Mayor's Youth Council than the Ojai Valley government, whatever, right? It's a hook. It gets kids excited, and we want them excited. So, Mayor Sticks, I appreciate you. I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I hope you all will do anything you can to engage our younger beings in government. Thanks.
Thank you, Nora. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. We have Renee with a raised hand. Renee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Weston. Okay, so I want to take a moment and discuss the concept of a youth council. And this is what I sent earlier in today. In my opinion, the primary goal of a youth council really should be to empower our young people by giving them a voice in matters that directly affect their lives and address the issues they care deeply about. For instance, they might express an interest in sports programs with access to amenities like the pickleball courts or the availability of a community pool. Typically, these matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Park and Rec Commission rather than just the quote-unquote mayor's office. But I do believe it is essential to approach the idea of a youth council with the utmost sincerity and a genuine commitment to representing the voices of our young community members. I have, unfortunately, observed many people who have concerns and reservations about the mayor's recent activities regarding Jeffrey Starkweather and how that whole issue was handled. And I know many parents who would never want their children to have to witness that sort of action ever again. So I do believe that this is a really important thing to talk about, but and it's an intention that I really do support. But there are other avenues and ways to address it. One option is to engage with organizations like the Ojai Valley Youth Foundation, which actively creates enrichment programs for students at Nordhoff. Have you talked to them? Have you even thought about talking to them? Another is to facilitate community service projects specifically designed to empower our youth, such as organizing a creek cleanup in Middle Stewart Canyon, or supporting the installation of a pollinator garden at the Nordhoff campus. So by exploring our alternatives, we can work together to empower and uplift our youth. But I really am opposed to the idea that this be added to the agenda at the 11 o'clock hour and expect people to really want to come forth and support this.
Thank you, Renee. Is that it, Weston?
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, we'll move on to discussion. Councilmember Lang?
Yep. Okay, I'll start and I'll keep this really brief. First of all, I love the idea of having a youth council. I think it makes sense. Growing up, I was involved in the outreach committee, which was our school's version of this. It is a way of engaging students, getting them involved. And to me, I mean, I thought it was a no-brainer. In terms of the name, I think, what would it be like to have the students name their own organization? or, that instead of us assigning it, or we can call it the Mayor's Youth Council and then give them a choice when they're meeting. What do you want to call yourselves? This could be your first order of governance. What is your, and then also giving them activities and things that they can do that maybe they could offer us, that instead of looking at just the issues that we're focusing on in our council, that they talk about the needs that they have in the community. I think it'd be really great to engage with them. I think it'd be great for all of us as council members to be involved. I would love to go and meet with them and speak with them. The other thing, too, I wanted to just say about this, the bios, the coordinators. I don't know Chris and I don't know Kathy, but Peggy, I mean, you can't say anything negative about this woman. She is pure goodness. And she's just so deeply committed to peace in our community and to involvement in volunteerism. And if the other two are anything like her, I think that this is a good team. And those are and then also in terms of selecting, I do want to talk about what Larry mentioned about getting, seeing how we can get more kids from our districts. So those are the only things I would say. So I would lean toward, I would actually just make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with, would it be with the creation of a youth council, with collaborating with these coordinators and developing a youth council.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote?
Yeah, I have a few. I think that with this paper, and I thought the exact same thing, the Ojai Youth Foundation would be the natural house for this. It's got, it is set up for exactly this. Their community advisors are Dr. Cheryl Knox, Trina Newman, Dave Monson, Jane Walter, Barbara Haskins, as well as having many, many different programs that kids could cross-pollinate with. This was the first thing I thought about. Thank you, Jeffrey Starkweather, for printing this out for me. I just did not have time today. As you can see, the programs that exist are youth foundation programs, leadership program, car design. They have a group of students ready to go. And as far as the proposal here, my problem is if we're talking about civics, there is a civics curriculum, there is a framework, and I guarantee you that none of these volunteers, and I'm sure they're wonderful people. I'm sure they vote for peace every time it comes up. I'm sure they love their neighbors. But as far as being advisors on a civics curriculum, if they have never taught civics, if they don't know the way to broach it in an impartial way, I have a lot of concerns. And it just, to me, it's a natural to take the Youth Foundation and to roll it into that and to talk to them about it. And then finally, because I know that there's been some chatter, I do want to read this letter. This came in. Dear City Council members, I hope this email finds you well. As a high school student in the Ojai community, I unequivocally support Mayor Betsy Stick's push to consider the removal of Commissioner Starkweather. The inappropriate and outright harmful behavior demonstrated by Starkweather severely undermines the integrity of the city of Ojai's local government and directly contradicts our city's commitment to fair, ethical, and accountable leadership. Starkweather's derogatory comments about young women interested in serving our community are completely unacceptable. Such action only serves to diminish the courage of these individuals and further propagate gender inequality in the city. Starkweather's incessant, inappropriate requests for city staff to conduct personal research for him, shown clearly by his voluminous and relentless email correspondence with them, have the potential to disrupt regular city functions and unfairly burden our staff. Additionally, the numerous instances where Starkweather belittled our city manager and council members through his emails are deeply concerning. Such behavior is not consistent with the role and responsibilities of a commissioner and deteriorates the harmonious functioning of our local government. I fully agree with Mayor Stick's suggestion and strongly urge the City Council to consider the removal of Commissioner Starkweather from the Planning Commission. Our local government should be a reflection of the community it serves, respectful, supportive, and focused on advancing the best interest of all residents, not just those already with privilege. Best, Henry. This is a high school student who wrote this. And this is not the only one. And the lines are exactly the same. They are your talking points. And that is what concerns me. I am not saying that you had I don't know what to say. There's like 4 of these, and they all say the same thing in the same way. I don't know a high school student who could possibly write like this. But that having been said, for that reason, I do not support a mayor's council. I do not see impartiality here. I support a youth council, absolutely, and I support a youth foundation, absolutely. I support youth on all of our commissions, absolutely. But a hand-picked process like this, I just can't.
Okay.
And I'm happy to read 3 other letters that basically say the same thing.
Just a reminder that the administrators and teachers will select the students from each school. And just moving forward, the idea is to involve our local students, to get kids involved. I think it's 100% positive. So we have a motion and we have a second. Can we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Councilmember Whitman.
So, I'm sorry. I want to make sure, going back to what Rachel, was it your motion, Rachel? And your proposal is that we would that we would participate in the structure and how kids are selected and all of that kind of stuff? Because I would want the council to be involved with making decisions about, who's instructing and leading.
Correct.
I want to make sure that Ojai Unified School District has had some input, but subject to all of those types of things, I vote yes.
Okay, great. All right, motion passes. All right, thank you very much. All right, we will move on now to council member reports. Anybody have anything to report?
Did you sign up on the?
I did, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to report that we all sat down and had dinner together in Sacramento, and it was really nice.
It was nice, yes.
You'd never tell from this meeting tonight, but it was
was,
really great. And thank you so much, Mark,
Yeah.
for bringing us all together and for treating us. It really meant a lot to have those few hours together.
And it was a really great conference. We learned a lot. And also, we raised the flag, the peace flag on Sunday. So thank you for the Peace Committee, Peggy and Klaus Peter and Ray. It was a really beautiful event. Anybody else? City manager's report?
No. I'm not going to make any more reports.
Okay. Future agenda items? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for a productive meeting, and we are adjourned.